Loose. How's it going? Are you ready for some courtroom shenanigans? Shenaniganeries? You are? Good. Cause guess what? We're defending a murder case we know nothing about as a test to see if we can be a lawyer in Britain because our best friend is dead. So instead of him, we are trying to fulfill his dream of doing stuff in London or in Europe. And he was killed by accident. But yeah, so some guy got stabbed in a train cart. I'll kind of go through it as I'm refreshing myself over it. So as far as the stuff we have an autopsy report. Thrice fired Mason, male, age 54. Going well, how are you? I'm doing good. Awake. Alert-ish. But I'm doing the do. I'm braining instead of braininting. Time and cause of death, 15th of February, 10 p.m. through 11 p.m. Sometime between 10 p.m. and 11 p.m. Stabbed once in the abdomen with a knife whilst journeying in an omnibus. Died due to internal hemorrhaging resulting from the trauma. Do is getting done. Exactly. Here's a photo. Man's got stabbed. He's missing a button. And also, he's kind of dirty, but that makes sense since he makes building bricks. We have our client's gloves, who is a seemingly Irish man, who is very wealthy and has donated much to London. We'll get to this. This is what I have to do next. Well, I can't go over like our people that we have. I think he was killed. Yes, he was killed. In this. And I know what the door thingy is. It's a specific hit. Phoenix Wright Omnibus? Phoenix had a bus named after him? What? London 5th Avenue. Jobmasters London head office. Oh, this is just... You're a detective. Yo! We are court detectives. This thing is literally sitting in the middle of the courtroom. And we have to convince a jury. The prosecution is Dracula, also known as the Reaper, also known as, a name I can't remember. It's Von something. But he is basically surely the reason nobody has taken this case except us is because this is our first day in London, and everyone else knew this guy's reputation of calling the defense attorneys sacrificial lambs, and the defendants he prosecutes are damned in one way or another by the end of trial. So that's our test to become a lawyer in London. You can certainly see inside the carriage through that opening, that's for sure. Yes, and there's a lamp inside there's a lamp in the enclosed cabin. I'm sure the witness would have been able to see quite clearly. But if sounds easy enough. Right? We're gonna ace it. Because we're an attorney that's an ace. An ace attorney. So I'm sure the witness would have been able to see quite clearly. Yeah, but like if our guy was taking a nap, then why would the light be on? That's not good for us. You see what you did there? Yeah, but how would the cab driver be able to see? The cab driver should not be able to see. He should be looking at the road. Is there any more? Well, there's the blood. Okay. No, so it's just saying the same thing. Well, let's open the door and get inside, shall we? The scene of the murder. It's horrible. Omnibus. Omnibus. Can only assume this is where the defendant was taking a nap. That's a poster for the grand exhibition that's due to start in 6 months from now. There's a lot of focus being drawn to the Crystal Tower, the centerpiece of the whole exposition. Ooh, the Crystal Tower is under construction already, I believe. People all over London must be fitzing with excitement at the prospect of such a grand event. Sure. Can't find anything out of place. The seat looks reasonably soft, but it's actually rather hard when you sit on it. And only just wide enough for two gentlemen to sit side by side, really. Of course, an English gentlewoman would be dressed in such finery. It would be quite impossible for her to climb up the roof deck, so she would have to be seated in here. A woman in a kimono would have the same problem. Women's clothes are very impractical, aren't they? Where's the light? What do you mean can't find anything? You were just blinking. Ah, that's the poster for the great exhibition that's due and starts 6 months. Oh, yeah. What is this? See, it has a handle, it seems. Blood first. That's blood soaked into the seat, the victims, obviously. Yes, and that seat would be clearly visible from the roof deck. Would you really stab somebody in full view of passengers like that, I wonder? Well, it was after dark, and there was a lamp on in here, so perhaps the culprit couldn't see anything outside through the skylight. Whichever way you look at it, it doesn't seem like it was a planned attack. Okay. What have we got in here? Looks like all sorts of equipment that might be needed to keep the omnibus running. Feeding tubes, tools to repair wheels, blankets, horseshoeing tools. So it's a storage compartment for the coachman to keep his things, it seems. There doesn't seem to be any space for passengers to stow luggage, that's for sure. Well, I don't imagine it would be very convenient for that purpose anyway. Okay. Have you seen enough? Let's step outside then. Sure thing. Okay. It was the last bus of the evening, so I had a few customers. I remember it well. Yes, I think it was sometime after 10, wasn't it? Oh, yes, sir. That's right, sir. Yes, ever so cold. It was freezing, in fact. Man's shivering, I know, in a heated courtroom. And you had 4 passengers on board at the time, is that correct? Yes, that's right, sir. Not all traveling in the same parts of the bus, of course, though. No. And there were no other passengers when the incident took place? No one alighted, for example?
You're quite right with that, sir. No other passengers like that. No, none.
So nobody fled the scene of the crime then?
I have to say, the boss insists on it running, he does, every evening, that last bus of the day. But I do wonder sometimes if it's altogether worthwhile. Yes, sorry to say.
What do you mean by that?
Well, what with it being so cold and everything, and only making 20 pence on the run, you see. Yes, I spend that much on the pub on the way home, just trying to warm up again.
The victim and the man accused of killing him were sat next to each other inside the bus. Next to each other? Why would they be next to each other? Did they know each other? Why would they not be sat across from each other? If there was only the 4 passengers, that would make more sense. Hold it! And you saw them through the skylight of the roof of the carriage? That's right. When you sit up on the top deck, the window's right there at your feet. There was a lamp on inside, so I had a pretty good view. The 2 of them were wearing hats, so I couldn't exactly make out their faces. That just doesn't quite look like him anyway. Doesn't really look like our defendant. Our defendant is more squat. I doubt his torso would actually sit all the way up to the back. But there's not a shred of doubt in my mind that it was Mr. McGilded. How can you be so sure? Well, how can I put it politely? McGilded is a gentleman of rather small stature. I couldn't have mistaken him for anyone else. Let's not forget that when the vehicle came to a halt, the only people inside the enclosed cabin were the deceased and Mr. Mason and Mr. McGilded. There is no room for doubt here. I really wish there was. I think there is. And then out of the blue, the accused just reached over and plunged the knife right into his guts. You said that with way too much pizzazz. That's just not right. You actually saw the exact moment it happened? Didn't I already testify to that? Or are fair dinkum hard-working class bankers not considered trustworthy these days? Oh, no, I didn't mean that. This is no good. I've really got up his back. Perhaps you could just tell us what you saw in a little more detail, if that's... My lord? Junior number 3? Or juror number 3? What's the meaning of this? My mind is made up, my lord. Completely and utterly made up. Made up about what? I don't like the stinking rich, never have. They're always up to something or other that they shouldn't be, every one of them. And that little leprechaun of a man is no exception. Well, he can't fool me. There's no point in wasting time listening to any more of this. That's my opinion on the matter anyway. Why do you have a knife in court? And that's precisely what I was about to say. As the foreman of the jury, it is my duty to set a good example to my fellow jurors. What is happening here? Let me see. Ah, yes, it seems that's how the members of the jury give their verdicts. With fire? Apparently, yes. White for innocent, black for guilty. As the 6 members of the jury make up their minds about the case, one by one they each cast a ball of fire into the great scales of justice, as we saw a moment ago. If those enormous scales fall completely to the black side, does that mean... Let's do our very best to make sure that doesn't happen. Now I'm even more worried than I was before. Very well. The court acknowledges the change in the jury stance. Counsel, for the defense, please continue with your cross-examination. This is a nightmare. That's right, he stabbed him. I screamed, I did. I couldn't help it. Nope. You had to look behind you to see... Wait, but... Okay, if they were sat next to each other...
Hold it!
He stabbed him, you say? And you were sitting up on the roof deck, weren't you? Yes, that's right, sir. I was up on the roof seats. I remember seeing the little gent sitting next to the fellow that was stabbed. I've been thinking about that new hat design you see, so I was just gazing absent-mindedly around. But then I happened to look down through the skylight. It was sticking right out of his belly, that huge, great knife. A grim sight indeed. That didn't help me at all. The jury looks like they're even more convinced my client did than they were before. It appears to have made everyone even more dubious that Mr. McGilded is telling the truth. If only we had some evidence to counter their suspicions. Let me start first. Yes, sir? Is this the knife? The knife you saw? Oh, good grief, yes, that's it. That's the very one, sir. Is that... Yes, counsel, this is the blade that was driven into the victim's belly. A stake, like a stake, through the heart. As a blade of considerable... That is a blade of considerable size, counsel. It is. Furthermore, the scabbard is emblazoned prominently with a certain initial. The letter M, which seems oddly familiar. Ugh, please no. M for Magnus, perhaps, or McGilded, possibly? Take your pick. It seems this particular big name in London made a magnificent mistake.
Objection!
But there are M's everywhere. Yes, like in Mason.
Objection!
This blade is far too extravagant for a poor brickmaker to have owned. No, this weapon of murder was almost certainly belongs to the accused. Not conclusive, but certainly compelling, counsel. Murder weapon has been entered into the court record. A large-ish knife that was found lodged in the victim's abdomen. Its quality and fancy ornamentation suggest it must be quite valuable. My lord, if you'll forgive the interruption. I wish to look at the knife. Okay, so there's the that part is sheathed, isn't it? Wasn't perpendicular. No. It wasn't, but we can make it if you want. Are you alright, Mr. Naruto? Oh, sorry, yes, I just don't really like blades. Oh, those don't seem like the words of a man with a large katana slung from his waist. That's not a blade, that's Kazuma's soul. Anyway, there's no sense in delaying it. Let's see what the blade looks like. Ooh. Blood. That looks like a lot of blood. It surely is blood. The victim's. An Englishman's blood looks a lot like a Japanese man's blood. Did you think it wouldn't? Sorry, it's just that we've only arrived here in Great Britain. I'm finding it a little hard to adjust.
Yes, I do understand. An ornate letter M, undeniably Mr. Magnus McGilded's initial. And it's beautifully gilded, too. It must be very valuable, I should think. Ah, what is it? Look at this M. If you turn it upside down, it becomes a W. This could change everything. W? Yes, this is one of those, turnabout cases. I'm sure of it. I'm afraid I don't know it all, but what I am sure of is that this is an M. No, I think it's a W. Oh? Well, that idea was quickly quashed. No, I legit think it is a W. Because M's, when gilded, they don't go forward, they go backwards. So this would be gilded in reverse, more likely. Because any font like that, it's weird. It doesn't look like a good M to me. It's a much nicer W than an M, at least. Anyway. Juror number 2, go on. Mr. McGilded is a pillar of society and a gentleman's word should be sacrosanct. However, those of us in service know we must accept the hard truths. Wait, what are you about to... Dispose of the rubbish. No. I don't wish to cause offense, but I do like to eradicate all traces of filth and grime. I have painstakingly typed every word uttered here today, and cross-referenced all the facts. As such, I am now in a position to draw the only logical conclusion. Not again. That's 4 out of 6 jury members who've proposed a guilty verdict. There are only 2 left. Can we make them change their verdict? Every time I press these witnesses for more information, I just make the situation worse. Nevertheless, what we need more than anything at the moment is more information. We're still very much in the dark. I suppose I'll have to keep pressing the witnesses, knowing that more sparks may well fly. We mustn't give up hope that we'll uncover something that will give us a way to fight back. Alright, I'll keep trying. Can't give up. Never give up. Never surrender! Just need to keep calm and listen to the witnesses' statements again. As soon as I heard the scream, I stopped my bus, and then I saw it too. Never back down. Alright, so when it happened, the only 2 people in the enclosed I didn't press! The victim and the defendant, and so help me, 3 whole people witnessed the man trying to defend... I'm trying to defend do the deed. I don't like to be pessimistic, but we do seem to be in a rather difficult situation here. What am I supposed to think here? Is Mr. McGilded really innocent? Or could it be... Before we jump to conclusions, our first task should be to gather information. We need to understand... Yes, you're absolutely right. Let's listen to those witness statements again, a little more carefully this time. Hold it! I didn't press this one. What exactly did you see? Oh, well, sir, that would be the passenger, sir. Yes, collapsed on the floor he was. And by the passenger, obviously you're referring to the victim, Mr. Mace, the brickmaker. And then the other passengers that had the knife in his hand like this.
By the other passenger, you're obviously referring to the accused, Mr. Magnus McGill.
And then he plunged it down like this, stabbing the other passenger in the belly.
But you were driving. What? My lord, I wish to speak. Yes, juror number 5. Do I take it that you too? As the master of the London Guild of Coachmen, the idea of a murder being committed in one of the city's carriages is absolutely abhorrent to me. It wouldn't be right to make the decision before hearing all the facts, though, I said to myself. But I've heard enough now. The horse has bolted, as they say. No, please, just keep an open mind a little. Yep, now, Silver Blaze. The finish is nigh in sight. Beepo is a long-standing member of the guild, and I trust what the man says.
Oh, thank you, sir. You're too kind, sir.
This is too unkind, sir. Which now means that 5 jurors agree to condemn this man. Madam Juror number 6. Yes, dear. What can I do for you? You have heard the testimonies of the witnesses in the stand. Oh, yes, certainly I have. I still got my hearing, you know. Then pray tell, why are you not yet to pronounce your leaning? Well, dear, the thing is, I'm a creature of habit, me. I always go to the park at around this time of day and sit on a nice bench and get on with my knitting. There's a lovely little park just near where I live. Gilded Park, it's called. The gentleman donated it to the city, you know, to put a smile on Londoners' faces, he said. I can't imagine such a fine young gentleman would have it in him to take another man's life. He's always doing wonderful things for the city. That's right, a man like that wouldn't stab someone, surely. Mother, may we go to Gilded Public Library later and I don't understand why a mother would bring their child to a murder case trial, but you know. How many Londoners live with their heads in the clouds? Do you people not know what kind of a man Magnus McGilded really is? What kind of man he is? A philanthropist. Magnus McGilded has enough wealth to purchase the entire city he claims to value so highly. But where did all that wealth come from? Your client is a Shylock, sir, and one with the very darkest of souls. What? Stone the Crows. McGilded lends money at an extortionate rates of interest, so his victims have no hope of repaying him. When they default, he takes possession of everything they own. He's a vulture that preys on the weak. I've never heard any mention of that before. Your faculties haven't deserted you, I'm sure, madam. So has this thought not crossed your mind? Would a man wealthy enough to buy London in its entirety not have a carriage of his own? What possible reason could this man have had to make use of public omnibus service? You're not saying that the victim, a poor brickmaker, had next to nothing to his name, save considerable financial liability. It will come to no surprise that his creditor was the accused Magnus McGilded. But let it also be known that the very day Mr. Mason was killed was the final repayment date for his debt. Good gracious. The brickmaker was destitute. He had lost his house. He had not a shilling with which to repay his debts. And in the end, his pitiful soul had the very last thing he owned taken from his life. By the merciless philanthropist pretender, Magnus McGilded. If I might add something briefly, Mr. Sato. You claimed the victim had been lent money by Mr. McGilded, but where's the evidence to support your claim? Wine in court? Pray forgive the discourtesy of filling my hallowed chalice in a court of law. Ah, there it is. Lord Van Zyke's hallowed chalice. How can this be considered acceptable? But I find myself in an unexpectedly good humor. I had heard ladies from the Far East could show great courage, but I didn't expect to experience it myself. As judicial assistant to the defense, I am simply doing my job. With the pity that your display of courage is in vain. This is the debtor's ledger, which details all monies loaned by the accused. You will find the victim's name clearly recorded inside. Allow me to present this ledger as evidence. And pray forgive the discourtesy of raising my chalice and toast to the enigmatic East at the same time. A marvelous toast, Counsel. I will gladly accept this new evidence. The debtor's ledger has been entered into the court record. Yes. 20 guineas. The victim owed a considerable sum. And the accused made quite certain he had ample recompense. Well, it would seem I've had the wool pulled over my eyes. Regrettably, madam, that is the modus operandi of the accused. And it's such a pretty little part, too. What a scoundrel. Still, maybe it's all for the best. Wait a minute, let's think about this. I don't stand for nonsense, dearie. Bruh. That was it. The last juror's decision. People are convinced a little too quickly. According to this Encyclopedia of British Law, when all members of the jury have concluded that the defendant is guilty, the court proceedings are suspended, and the proceeding judge will deliver the final verdict and sentence. That is what it says here. The final verdict. It's over then. Oh. There's a footnote, though. Footnote. However, the defense... All 6 members of the jury are now in agreement in this case. Allow me to convey my respect for your swift and righteous decision. Wee woo, wee woo. What's up, Funk? It's the police. I wish it was the police, because this is a robbery. I'm not even getting a chance to do anything. According to the laws of this country, I will now conclude the trial by delivering my final verdict.
I trust there are no objections.
Mr. Sato, just tell me one thing. Yes? You were in the middle of saying something before, the footnote in your Encyclopedia of British Law, however the defense... What did it say next? Oh, yes, of course. One moment. When all members of the jury have concluded that the defendant is guilty, court proceedings are suspended. The presiding judge will deliver the final verdict and sentence. Footnote says, however, the defense has the right to demand a summation examinations of the jurors at this point. I don't know what that means, but I demand it. Summation examination?
Objection!
A summation examination? From which century is that tome there you have... From which century has that tome you have there been resurrected? Huh? Judging from the binding, I would say that book is at least 50 years old. Any modern text on British law wouldn't even give such an antiquated procedure a mention. It's a relic, long forgotten, certainly no longer practiced. So you're out of luck. Wow. What even is it, Miss Susato? The so-called summation examination. Oh, one moment. I'll read about it. You would demand a right to a procedure before you even understand what it entails? Typical Nipponese. Alright, Mr. Naruhodo, I think I understand. It seems that under this procedure, you would be able to appeal to the members of the jury. To do what, exactly? Appeal to them to change their leaning and reverse their decisions, as it says here. If successful, the proceedings of the trial must be resumed. Make them reverse their decisions.
Yes, in times gone by, barristers would use a summation examination to attempt to influence the jury's decision. That procedure became something of formality with no practical benefit, really, so it rather fell out of use.
I wonder why.
Because it was devoid of purpose. Changing just one member of the jury's mind would be hard enough, let alone several. No self-respecting defense barrister would even assert his right to try in this day and age.
Still, I don't see any mention of the procedure actually being formally revoked.
What are you suggesting?
I'm suggesting that although it may be antiquated and largely forgotten, it isn't yet extinct. What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo?
We do it! Summation examination, our last possible option. Do we assert our right to carry it out or admit defeat?
Assert our right! I am an American! I will assert my right all over the place!
I don't really do that, but... it's a funny joke. The defense wishes to assert its right to a summation examination, my lord.
Objection!
London is the capital city of the most powerful nation on earth. We have a duty to the world to exemplify the very highest standards of judicial procedure. Summation examinations are an embarrassment that should remain buried.
Objection!
You just know you're gonna lose if we get our chance.
But if it's our right, it's our right. I believe it could prove vital in this trial.
The defense's petition is perfectly valid. The court will proceed with the summation examination.
This is madness.
Foreman, are you and the remainder of the jury ready?
Eh? Well, I'm not, there was no mention of this in the letter I received, you see, so...
What? All members of the jury will be asked to explain on what grounds they have reached their decision.
On what grounds?
You must all justify your decisions and explain why you believe the defendant to be guilty.
Well, my lord, you're rather putting us on the spot.
This is most irregular. No mention was made of this before. I don't really hold with all this justifying lark. Seems to have thrown the jurors off. Seems none of them have experienced this before. Alright then, summation examination. A defense procedure no practicing lawyer has attempted for years, is it? Well, just maybe. It might be the opportunity we've been looking for. To turn this trial around. So be it. Then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the court hereby calls upon you to state the grounds on which you find the defendant, Magnus McGilded, guilty of this most serious crime. Judicial... What? Judicial findings? The jurors' contentions. There was no one else inside the carriage at the time, so it had to have been him. I trust the driver. He has an excellent memory, it seems, 4 passengers, with fares totaling 20 pence. He stuck the chap next to him just like this. Brazen, I must say. Absolutely brazen. I simply have typed out and collected all the statements made thus far and drawn a logical conclusion. You can trust the guild. Our fares are... Fair fares are, is our motto. We haven't raised prices in above 4 pence for 4 years. Haven't raised it above 4 pence for 4 years. The scoundrel stabbing that poor man on the floor. It beggars belief. Starting to wish I hadn't pushed for this now. Some of the jurors don't seem to have wonderfully formed arguments, though, do they? Well, let's see what we can do. We need to get these 6 people to change their minds. To throw everything I can at them and use some very persuasive language. Just a moment, Mr. Naruhodo. According to my book, that's not quite how it works. What? Thought I was going to have to thaw their icy minds with some heartwarming rhetoric about the defendant. Unfortunately, once the jurors have decided the defendant is guilty, they're unlikely to heed anything the defense says. But then, they've reached their conclusions by their own reasoning, you see. Their pleas will sound like excuses. Or your pleas will sound like excuses. Thank you for the hydrate. In fact, it could recoil on you. The more you try to persuade them, the more entrenched they may become. And what on earth am I supposed to do? Oh dear, I'm just citing what I've read about British law, Mr. Naruhodo. Right, I'm sorry. Do you have any idea how to make this work, then? Well, from what I can understand, the key to this procedure is using the jurors' own words to make your arguments. What do you mean? Well, the 6 members of the jury are randomly selected members of the public. They may appear to present a united front, but the truth is, they are complete strangers who just happen to find themselves here in the courtroom together. And that's the way to break them down, you mean? Yes, exactly. We must listen very carefully to what each member of the jury says and see if we can identify any contradictory statements. If we can, then contrast the statements and pit the corresponding jurors against each other. I see, so it's contradictions in what 2 or more jurors say that we're looking for? In a way, then, this is similar to a regular cross-examination. Them sleeves are huge. Yeah, it's a kimono. Yes, I suppose you're right. Find contradictions in their statements and pit the jurors against one another to break them down. Alright. I might be able to pull this off. No, that's not right. Can we look at the people? Okay, so here are the people involved that we've seen so far, because I've forgotten to do this. Kimono Big Sleevey. Yep. This is Susato. She is our assistant. We have the Lord Chief Justice Male Strongheart, who has given us this trial to prove us our test to be a lawyer. This is Magnus McGilded. He's the defendant. Apparently he's being accused of stabbing a person. We have Borok van Zykes. He is a prosecutor known as the Reaper. This is the deceased. And then we got the three witnesses. Beepo, the driver. Bruce Fairplay, he's a banker, and we got this guy who is just he's an apprentice milliner. I don't know what that is. Well, yeah. I have to pull this off. I got no choice. Can we start proceedings, Counsel? I would ask you to take the stand for this, but I'm expecting a clear, concise rebuttal. Slappity slap slap. Mm-hmm. Jury examination. The defense's rebuttal. There was no one else inside the carriage at the time, so it has to have been him. I trust the driver. He has an excellent memory, it seems, for passengers. Oh, there. With fares totaling 20 pence. I guess I... Can I press this? What happens if I press this? I'm gonna save. I'm surprised they left you with the katana in the courtroom. Yeah, so apparently Kazuma, before he died, argued very hard to have his katana with him at all times, because he has his katana with him at all times. Kazuma's dead, so I've taken charge of his sword, so now I carry it around with me at all times. But also, by that same notion, why does this guy have a knife? Courtrooms aren't logical. So what I'm hearing is free katana, basically. Okay, let's press. Certainly, the testimonies we've heard suggest the victim and Mr. McGilded were alone inside the carriage. Precisely my point. But could there have been some other explanation? Something we haven't considered yet? Such as... Well, perhaps that's something we could, all work out together now. Now listen here, maybe you don't know how things work around here because you're from foreign climates. But we're here to form our opinions as individuals, and I have. Oh dear, he doesn't appear to be in the mood to consider an alternative point of view, does he? No, I'm going to have to pit the jurors against one another, like Susato-san said. Okay, so there's no point in pressing any of them. Or passengers with fares totaling 20 pence. I'm gonna press him anyway! He seems sus. He legit said this is how he stabbed him. That's crazy. I know, right? But does his ability to recall his takings that night really tell us how trustworthy the man is? I manage all his lordship's cash affairs, so I'm very particular when it comes to accounts. The maid against the guy, since they both have opposite opinions. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. The single opinion can mean all the difference between life and death, after all, can't it? That's a saying in your country. My point is, the man who finds his figures is a man who minds his figures is a man you can trust. Those of us in service would swear to that, sir. Does that bench really need any more polishing? So if the good driver says that he saw Mr. McGilded in the act, I don't doubt him. The only task left to do today is the disposing of the rubbish. Now, wait a minute. One of the other juries mentioned something about money, I think. It'd be a very good time to listen carefully. Yeah, okay. So we press for hints, I guess. I want to pit you. If it's above a 4 pence, why is 4 passengers 20.
Objection!
Shouldn't it be like 16? Those two statements clearly contradict each other. They do. Explain yourself, counsel. Me? Oh dear, what have I said? I swear on Silverblaze's main and name, I haven't the first idea what you're talking about. According to the group testimony we've heard so far, there were 4 passengers on the omnibus on the night in question. And according to the coachman, Mr. Beepo, he took 20 pence in fares. Main and name. Quite right, I have those precise details typed neatly here in front of me. And the jurors number 5 also told us the following. The fare for the omnibus is always 4 pence. That's it. That is it. That it is. A fair and convenient single price, just the way London's carriages should be operated. But that doesn't add up at all. In fact, it leaves a glaring discrepancy in the facts. You said name and name, see? I did. I thought I said main. I definitely registered it was main. Or I am deaf. I don't know. One or the other. Yeah, I agree. One or the other. I'm not sure. I misspeak all the time. I try not to. Why, man? Why? 4 passengers pay? It's math. It's just math. What do you mean, why? 4 passengers paying 4 pence each. If you do the multiplication, oh, it would be 16 pence. Quick maths, boy. Exactly, as I said, it doesn't add up. The figures are different. By 4 pence, in fact. Or precisely 1 person's fare. 1 person's fare? Yes, in other words, on the omnibus that night, it's distinctly possible there was another passenger we've heard nothing about. Good gracious. This can't be right. Coachmen of the Gilded are good, honest men, one and all. Trustworthiness is our watchword. The figures your coachman claims most certainly do not add up. Your watchword, good sir, is a fallacy. I beg your pardon. Mr. McGillicuddy, I think you ought to consider that if this trial were to end now, the news would surely spread all over London. The news that one of your coachmen tried to hide the fact that he lets nefarious characters ride his omnibus. Alright then, how do I make it so this miserable trial doesn't end, Well, according to my book here, you simply launch a ball of fire into the innocent side of the set of scales. Now hold your horses there, coachman. We were all in agreement. Why do you have to go and... Oh, wait till I get my hands on you, Beepo. Sasato. This is all very irritating. Begging your pardon, sir, I'm going to do the same. For the love of Mike, aren't you as well? A penny can be the difference between a smile and a tear, after all. Certainly, I can't put my trust in someone who doesn't follow my exact standards in financial matters. Oh, really? I, for one, think it's only proper that we hear from the witnesses again. Well done. We did it! We can manage to change 2 more jurors' minds. We can force the trial to continue. 2 more, actually. There's something else that's bothering me about a couple of their assertions. And that's where you must strike next. You need to put 2 more jurors against each other to show there's contradiction between their assertions. Well, the scales of justice have shifted, but they still weigh heavy on the side of guilt. Counsel, you have the floor again. Continue with your summation examination. I should like to hear what the slipshod bookkeeper has to say for himself. Stuck the chap next to him just like this. Brazen, I must say. Absolutely brazen. Logical conclusion. Scoundrel stabbing the poor man on the floor. He stabbed him in the seat, though. People, this trial has to continue so I can get to the bottom of this corruption. Not guilty, I say. Oh, these two? How he stabbed on the floor with the other guy? Yeah, yeah. Objection. Those two statements are completely contradictory. What? Explain, counsel, post haste. Oh, dearie me, I was only knitting a jumper from my other half. What is all this claptrap? What does contradictory even mean, I ask you? We've heard from more than one witness that they allegedly saw an actual moment when the defendant stabbed the victim. Now, out of curiosity, juror, why do I say junior? Juror number 3. What? How can you say, can't you see I'm busy here? Are you trying to pry a piece of wood off the table? What are you doing? How would you say the defendant stabbed the victim? Bro's knife is stuck. I know. Want to test me, do you? It was like this. Stuck the fellow next to him without even getting up. Just like the prim banker said. Yes, that was Mr. Fairplay's testimony. Quite true. Now then, juror number 6. Oh, is that me? Is it? What can I do for you, young man? How would you say the defendant stabbed the victim, madam? Oh, well, dear, as far as I understand it, it was like this. He stabbed the poor man after he'd collapsed on the floor. Coachman said so. Now, don't move. Take a look at these two jurors. He stuck the fellow next to him without even getting up. And he stabbed the poor man after he'd collapsed on the floor. Bro's name is Fairplay? Yeah, this guy. Mr. Bruce Fairplay. He was one of the witnesses on the roof deck. Well, I never. They're stabbing in totally different directions. What? Oh, bless my stitches, what a muddle. What this tells us is that there's a strong possibility one of the witnesses isn't telling the truth. Oh? But why? Why the dickens would they lie? I don't know that yet, but what I do know is that if the trial ends at this point, we may never find out. We may never know the real truth. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, can you really let that happen in all good conscience? Lies, you say? Oh, dearie me. I can't abide people telling lies. I apparently have very few accents, most of which are British, Southern, and American, and rolling R's to make it sound like a different dialect. I don't know if it's actually true. Scales. I don't believe it. His face is just so funny. Wait, now hear this, my fellow jurors. I warn you, you cannot listen to this man. You do Carl Weezer's voice pretty dang well. Jimmy's mom. Except higher than that. Jimmy's mom. There we go. That's the only line I can do in his voice. Look at him. His black suit. He's clearly some devious Eastern sorcerer using his magic on us. You believe in magic? If I could use magic, do you really think I'd be putting myself through all this? Answer me this, Doc Jinx. Oh, me? What exactly is the problem? What if the two witnesses have slightly different recollections of the events? What of it? Let's say the Shylock did stab the victim as he was sat next to him on the omnibus, and this young dandy saw him do it. Now let's say the victim collapsed on the floor and then the Shylock stabbed him again, and this old lady saw him do it. Well, what's to say it didn't happen like that, hmm? Who are you calling a dandy, sir? Why I should take this knife to you? Threats in the courtroom? What are you calling old? Why I shouldn't take this needle to you? Well, they're ready to kill each other now. That dandy man is crazy. I know, right? But could the foreman of the jury be right? Did the two witnesses see two different moments of the same crime? No, because he was sat up in his seat. Unfortunately, Mr. Foreman. What is it, you Doc Jinx? Come on, out with it. I keep switching his accent. I'm just gonna keep him southern. I mean, possible, but the lady would have seen the stab wound on the side. No, Funk, those aren't witnesses. Those are jurors. They're just taking into account what the witnesses have said to make their opinions. They did not actually see the event happen. She's just going off of one of the guy's testimonies, and the other... Well, the witnesses would have seen what I said. Yeah. What you're suggesting is impossible. It's out of the question. What are you talking about? How can you possibly say that? You do realize that I'm only doing my job. As a foreman of the jury, I have a responsibility to steer everyone in the right direction. So where's your evidence, man? That's what we want to see. I say the two witnesses saw two different moments of the same crime. You say that's out of the question? Show me proof. Well, looks like the only way I'm going to convince him is to present him with something he can't dismiss. Easy peasy. Some irrefutable hard evidence, as you wish. What? I'll give you the proof. It's out of the question that these two witnesses saw two different moments of the same crime, as proven by... result of a single stab wound. Yeah. I feel like this or the picture would do it, but, there's clearly only one stab wound, but this one says single, so I'm just gonna go with this. Bro is scared. Yeah. This is the victim's autopsy report. According to what is written here, Mr. Mason was stabbed in the abdomen only once. Only once? It's quite simple. The victim was stabbed precisely one time, which means these witnesses can't possibly have seen it happen two different times. Alright, I concede defeat. See, me is smart, kinda. Wait, that means 4 jurors are now leaning to not guilty? We've done it! We've won. Take that, Dracula! What are you playing at, you dandy fool? Shut your trap, sir. No one deceives me. But we had a consensus. I said shut your trap. I know a liar when I see one. And if the chap ever dares to cross the threshold of my shop, I'll take this razor-sharp blade and shave every last hair off his head. Okay, Girahim. But please tell me he's a barber. I hope so. Why is Mr. Hunter scared though? Because this is my first trial in London. I've been here a day. Got to the to tell the Lord Justice that I surprised the judge didn't yet put Juror 3 into an insane asylum. I know, right? I had between this point now and when I've arrived in London and told the Lord Chief Justice that my friend is dead and I want to test to be a lawyer to continue this study tour, has been approximately probably about an hour. So everything is kind of scrambled for Ryunosuke right now. Well, in quite a remarkable turn of events, the defendant's summation examination has flipped the balance of the scales of justice. The jurors now stand at 2 for guilty and 4 for not guilty. He licked his knife like Himiko Toga from My Hero Academia when she's transforming into someone. And also like that villain, if he tastes your blood, he freezes you in place. Yeah. Yeah, no, he's crazy, for sure. Accordingly, there is no longer a large enough majority among the jury for me to adjudicate. The trial must continue. Take that, Dracula. I wish you never meet him again. I hope so. I hope he's just some random dude that I never have to see after this freaking court case ever again. I hereby advise the defense, prosecution, and witnesses to return to their places. I call upon all of you to continue to pursue the truth. I mean, they did say they were completely random people. Yeah. Yeah, but this game has a funny way of making returning characters out of everyone. Or at least the majority of people, including random people. Especially random people. You better hope he isn't your barber, right? So, Lord Van Zykes, continue to substantiate the case for the prosecution if you please. He crushed a heart. Vampire. Yeah. Having savored the rich aroma of the carmine contents of this hollowed chalice, it may seem crass to crush it to dust. Pray forgive the discourtesy. Use wooden stake. Lord Van Zykes. Is it cold in here? Is it just me? As your antiquated tome no doubt says, the prosecution may not speak during a summation examination, so I honored a deathly silence and listened to the charade. Legit vampire, I know, right? He just doesn't have the fangs. At least, not. He doesn't have them visible right now. I don't know if he does or not. It seems I overestimated the intelligence of the jury. Well, no matter. There is nothing so hard to prove as a self-evident truth, it would seem. No, and why else would we grace the courtroom with our presence after all? So, let us proceed to the next round of battle. He's taken off his cloak. Bring forth the witnesses once more. Cold body, because blood circulation kinda mid, no fangs. Vampire and cloak and clones. Yeah. Oh, no fangs, because late bloomer. Yeah. Witnesses, I trust you've heard the summation examination we have just had to endure.
Yes, sir. That I did, sir.
Of course I heard it. Oh, yes, sir, I heard it. You, sir, on the end, the coachman, I believe, it's Beepo. give him vampire accent? I've been trying. Am I not doing a good job of vampire accent? Trying to make him sound like default Dracula. Oh no, it's wonderful. It's just me as dumb. Okay. Good accent. Okay.
Yes, sir, my lord, sir.
If it transpires that your previous testimony, you are attempting to veil the presence of a fit passenger on your omnibus, you will be found guilty of perjury. You are advised to bear that in mind, sir.
Oh mio Dio.
Now then, witnesses, I hereby call on you to testify before the court again. You'll explain the various misgivings brought to our attention by the defense's summation examination. Various misgivings.
I only carried 4 passengers that night, I swear it, but,
Mamma mia, Alberto, don't do that. Don't put the pineapple in the pizza, mamma mia. Well, I, for one, was told that I had to pay 5 pence for the bus. He fiddled us on the fare, he did. And then I saw that blood-curdling sight as well. It's all too much. I tell you, I saw McGilded stabbing that man. Everything I said before stands. So all jokes aside, pineapple pizza slaps hard. It's the only way I'm allowed to enjoy pineapple because for some reason that doesn't trigger my allergy, but raw pineapple does.
oh yes. Yes, he stabbed him. Yes, he did. I think so, yes.
Bro, how are you manifesting the cold in a heated courtroom with fire? Counsel, make sense of this for me, please. The phantom 5th passenger conjured into existence by the learned Eastern friend never existed. Don't have allergy, but every time you eat it normally you throw it up. Ooh, rough. The confusion has arisen from the coachman's sly little cousinage. Cousinage? What does that mean? Word I have not seen before. What do you mean? The practice of deception or trickery. Okay. Neat. He's calling us a liar. That's fun. Very fancy word. Me likey. Beepo, explain yourself.
I'm terribly sorry, Guildmaster.
The guild's fare is 4 pence across the board. You know that. Am I to understand that you've been overcharging our passengers by a penny a fare?
It's so cold, and the last run of the day is always half empty.
You have been dishonest, coachman.
I'm sorry.
You're a disgrace, Beepo. A disgrace. And your selfish actions have brought dishonor on the entire guild. If I may, sir, I had paid 10 pence on the bus just last week. What? 4 passengers at 5 pence each is, yes, 20 pence. I've done the arithmetic 10 times in my head already, but I just can't make the result come out differently. That's 'cause it's math. Look, gasp. Mamma mia, Lord, don't call me Delilah. Liar. No, that figures. Well, it would appear that one of the aforementioned misgivings has already been explained. So, counsel for the defense, your cross-examination, if you please. We've already had the pleasure of a protracted summation examination today. I see you intend to continue the parlor games. Absolutely. With confidence. Various misgivings.
I only carried 4 passengers that night, I swear it.
So there were only 4 passengers on your carriage, but you didn't charge them the standard 4 pence pair? Do you pick the same? Did you pick the name Ryunosuke, or did it pick it for you? It picked it for me because this is the stories of these people. So the first trilogy of the Ace Attorney games was Phoenix Wright. The second one is Apollo Justice, and this one is the Great Ace Detective, or the Great Ace Attorney. But it's still using his name as a set protagonist.
It's impossible to make the last run of the day pay. I was so cold, it was all I could do to stop myself from passing out.
I'm getting chilblains just listening to you.
It was terrible, so I wanted to give myself a pat on the back for keeping the bus running.
Excuse me.
You okay? Mr. First? How can I help you, sir? That last statement, did it trouble you in some way?
Not particularly, no, sir.
If anything, he's troubling me with that hat of his. Has he greased his head?
Oh dear, sir. I hope my hat's not troubling you, sir. I'm still just an apprentice, you see.
Mr. Naruhodo, even the witnesses can see what's going through your mind. You really must be more careful. Oh, wait, there's gonna be like a thought bubble or something. Well, for one, I was told I had to pay 5 pence for the bus. I kind of backed out in the middle of that. I'm gonna press it again and just go to the...
Doesn't a dedicated coachman deserve an extra penny passenger?
You're digging a deeper hole for yourself here. Y'all have all heard about Expecto Patronum, but have you heard of the spell called Expensive Petroleum? Only there had been a 5th passenger on the bus that night, we would have had another suspect. Thank you. You're welcome. It was a good joke. Well, I, for one, had to pay 5 pence for the bus. Does that mean everyone on board that night paid 5 pence instead of 4? Vampire is snoozing. Well, he's not really supposed to talk during cross-examination because his time to talk is during the presentation of everything and the witness testimony. Does that mean everyone on board last night paid 5 pence instead of 4? Was it everyone paying 5 pence because he had a 5th passenger that couldn't pay the fare? Were they all paying for the brickmaker, or the brickmaker by paying 1 extra penny, but the one guy that sat next to him instead was like, you know, I needed that penny, so he stabbed him because he was just mad? That would make it work.
Well, I paid 5 pence too, sir.
And I just told you that I did.
Flat fare of 5 pence across the board.
It's not something to be proud of. The so-called discrepancy, my learned friend, identified was nothing of the sort. God damn it, I needed that swell penny, sir. Empty the compartment of your pantaloons! Much like the phantom killer you so desperately needed. It's gone, dead and buried. I'd have been happy if it had ever existed in the first place. It might have.
He fiddled on the fair, he did. And then I saw that blood-curdling sight as well. It's all too much.
This blood-curdling sight, you mean the murderer, I presume?
Yes, sir.
Loathsome sight. Loathsome sight. A loathsome sight. No one should have to witness the horror in the eyes of a man in the... Let me try it again. What's with his hat, though? I don't know. He's bad at making hats. A loathsome sight. No one should have to witness the horror in the eyes of a man the moment his life is taken.
Oh, well, not exactly, sir. I mean, I didn't actually see the exact moment the gent was stabbed.
Good gracious, really? We have another witness who did, however. The banker was already testified to it. But Mr. First didn't actually see the point at which the victim was killed? I don't even think it was originally a top hat. It seems like a bowling hat with a sewn-on part. He's an apprentice. I think he's a what is a milliner? Is it like a hat maker? Okay, so he's an apprentice of somebody who makes or sells women's hats. So likely the hat is too small for his head, and he's wearing a women's hat. Interesting. That may turn out to be very significant.
I heard the banker gent next to me take a sharp intake of breath. See, and that's when I looked through the glass. That's when I saw the horrible blade poking out from his belly, all covered in blood.
So he stole it. It looks like a fedora kind of top. I guess it could be or a trilby. Belly? Yeah, he was stabbed in the knife. In the knife. He was stabbed in the knife, yes. No, he was stabbed in the belly. Yeah, stabbed from the side, not on the side.
Every time I see a knife now, I can't help screaming, even when I'm eating.
Show first the knife. I want to hear him scream. I tell you, I saw McGilded stabbing that man. Everything I said before stands. Hold it! So you saw the defendant, Mr. McGilded, stabbing the victim, Mr. Mason, who was sitting next to him? That's what I said, isn't it? It was bothering me before this was. For just a brief moment, he hesitated before answering the question. Why has your expression changed? Anyway, there was only the two of them inside the carriage, wasn't there? There's been much talk of a fifth passenger, but as yet zero evidence. Then what are we wasting all this time for, eh? It's black and white. The man's guilty. Something about Mr. Fairplay's testimony just jars with me. Wish I could work out what it was.
Oh, yes, he stabbed him. Yes, he did. I think so, yes.
Earlier, you testified you saw the moment when the defendant allegedly stabbed the victim, didn't you?
Oh, yes, that's quite right.
You said the victim was on the floor and described the assailant holding the knife in an ice grip. In an ice pick grip?
I suppose I might have, yes. Put the cart before the horse, maybe.
What's this?
Well, I'm quite sure about most of it. I was driving the horses when I heard a scream from the seats on the roof deck.
Oh, I expected that was me, sir.
Then when I turned around, yes, I saw it through the skylight.
Oh, no. Oh. Wait, if I may, Mr. Fairplay. What are you seeking now for? Last statement appears to give you pause for thought. Oh, he's been like that the whole time. My bad. Do you have some affliction? No, not really. Not really willing to say anything, it seems. None of your business, anyhow. Not long ago, this trial very nearly came to an end. Somehow I've managed to keep our chances alive here. Can't waste this cross-examination. I have to use it to bring some new facts to light. If you're not careful when you press these witnesses, the danger is the jury will end up believing something unhelpful as they did before. Maybe, but we can't let the fear of that happening stop us from uncovering the important new truth. Ice pick grip on a knife? That's a bit skeptical. Normally you would hold the ice pick to stab from the front. As he stated, he didn't move from his seat while stabbed, so would have needed a backwards grip to do so. Kind of weird. Well, I mean, so let's say he's on the right. So, holding it like this. Stabbed in belly. No one said he did it with his left hand. Or, like, the hand closest to him. Well, actually, no. It said... so specifically, right? In picture on the right. Yes. So, in the picture, he is on the left side of the carts if we were sitting next to him, right? This is the right hand that has the blood on it. So it would have had to be in his right hand, knife like this, like this. Stab. Yes, you're right. I need to pay careful attention here. Don't want to miss even a flicker of reaction among these witnesses. Just making up theories now, sorry about that. No, theories are fine. Because I see it as discussion. I still think that there's like a fifth person here. Because like you've never played the game either, so it's not like you're just telling me outright what's happening. The hat guy reacts weirdly. Okay, so I'm right as far as pursuing the reason, but I think... I need to get a reaction out of this. Yeah, and I've never played a single Ace Attorney game. Yeah, so it's fine. It's just discussion about it. Earlier, you testified that you saw a moment when the defendant allegedly stabbed the victim.
I saw it through the skylight. The gentleman was on the floor and the knife was sticking out from his midriff. That's right, yes, and the fellow holding the handle was the famous man, yes.
So, in short, you didn't see the moment when the victim was actually stabbed at all. Just trying to help with your war on sport is like moral support, but told by a moron. No, funk. I appreciate it. It actually gets me thinking and keeps the facts relevant in my head. Because, like, this game operates on stupid. Like, if you stick around for long enough, you'll see that, like, the most absurd stuff happens in the series. That it's, like, all out of left field. So, honestly, sometimes the stupider the theories, the better. The person that I saw play through the original, the Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney games, was constantly trying to out-stupid the game, and he could not. He was trying to make a joke, and then the joke became real, and he was just like, just once, let me have this! The fact that one guy casually has a knife in court, almost stabs Juror 4, threatens Juror 1, tells me enough. Yeah.
I really thought I did, but when I go over it again in my head... No, I suppose I didn't actually see the precise moment of the stabbing, did I?
Sir? Why are you biting your cane in court? Excuse me? Do it. I'm just kind of enjoying this animation right now. I can see the polygons.
Excuse me.
Do you have something to say about that, Mr. Fairplay? Now you listen to me. I know what you're thinking. He didn't really see the exact moment the fellow was stabbed. What are the chances of that? Pretty high, because he was driving the cart. That the cane actually snaps? Yeah, that would be great. But it's because they wait until people are completely debunked for stuff like that. Eh? Are you asking me or telling me? He's getting flustered. I might be able to extract some new information if I answer him cleverly. Could he have just happened to see the exact moment the crime was committed? Some days are like that. Wait. Know what you're thinking. What are the chances here? We had the same reaction to some days are like that. Well, it's a little hard to believe, certainly. Unless you suspend your time peeping through a skylight on top of an omnibus, that is. Peeping? I'm a respectable city banker, I'll have you know. And I know what I saw. I remember it as clear as a Bellrat day. Did I say that right? Ballarat. It was a grim scene, I don't mind telling you. Thank you, Mr. Fairplay. Oh, excuse me if I was getting a little hot under the collar there, my lord. It's starting to annoy me. Yes, I am. I would ask you to supplement your testimony with a clear statement about what exactly you saw. Oh, I can do that, alright. We'll just tell you how grim it was. Do you think I'd forget... Do you think I'd forget the sight of those blood-soaked hands after the butcher stabbed the man? Blood-soaked? They're only, like, kind of.
Hold it!
Blood-soaked? Well, perhaps soaked is laying it on a little thick. But anyway, there was definitely blood all over them. Both of them were covered in it. Okay. And you saw that from the roof, through the skylight? Well, the skylight's reasonably large, so I had a pretty good view. There was a lamp on inside the carriage as well, so I'm quite sure of what I saw. Lies. It's Banker's latest statement. I feel sure there's something not quite right about it. When you feel something doesn't add up, that's when you should have a good look through the court record. I'll nearly, yeah, hold up. Yeah, we've... Well, it has to be in the last statement, because that's the only thing that's new. I wouldn't exactly call this soaked, would you? It's barely, it's like kind of not even past the palm. It's just like... meh. That's not soaked. Slumped. Yeah, I'll present this.
Objection!
Blood-soaked hands. Well, I admit soaked might be laying it on a little thick, but... But anyway, there was definitely blood all over them. Both of them were covered in it. Splodge, but fair enough. Well, I'm very sorry to disagree, Mr. Fairplay, but that's more than a little peculiar. What? Here are the gloves worn by the defendant, Mr. McGilded, on the night in question. Oh yes, right. There certainly does appear to be a sizable dark-colored stain there, but I'm sure you can clearly see. It's only on the right-hand glove. Oh, my guy, my man, my dude. Why are you gerbling at your cane? Just going. Is he a hamster? Is this man a hamster? Yeah, for sure. In short, Mr. Fairplay, your testimony is inconsistent. Blog there. But no, that can't be right. So you're the liar here then. Don't blame him though, it looks quite delectable. That's right, you were quite clear about it. You said it was both hands. Oh, you said it's both hands. Oh, Funk, we might get the snap. We might get a snap. Mr. Fairplay, if your last statement was a lie, it calls your entire testimony into question. You say you saw the moment the victim was stabbed, but is that really the truth? Back to biting.
Objection!
It was a simple mistake. You can't justify accusing this man of lying. Yes, it wasn't both hands. It was only one, but the fact remains. I've been enjoying these animations very much. I know, right? They're good. They're really good. The victim's blood was on the accused. No, Mr. Fairplay categorically said he saw blood all over both hands, which means there's a strong possibility that this witness was deliberately trying to mislead the court. Why? I'm a city banker for pity's sake. My word should be the golden standard. I'm a gentleman, not some gutter snipe. Upstanding member of society, don't prevaricate. Upstanding members of society don't prevaricate. He's claiming to have no reason to lie. But is that really the case? If we had some evidence to explain why Mr. Fairplay might be lying, it could turn the tide on this trial completely. What's his name? Bruce Fairplay. Oh, I didn't read this, did I? I didn't open it at all. My bad. This portfolio must contain all sorts of secrets of London's gentry. Oh dear, do you really think we ought to look inside? Well, it's not as though we know any of London's gentry personally, is it? Apart from our great detective friend, perhaps. Actually, I wonder. I assure you we will not find Mr. Sholm's name inside. Well, let's see what we find. Gosh, it's crammed full of gentlemen's names, isn't it? Well, I suppose they're probably not all gentlemen at all, are they? After all, not everyone in this country is well off. Oh, goodness. What is it? Look at this. Do you see this name here? Bruce Fairplay. Should that mean something to me? It does sound strangely familiar, actually. Bruce Fairplay is the witness testifying at this very moment. Oh yes, of course, the banker. Why is his name in here? He borrowed 20 guineas, did he? And look, the repayment date is fast approaching. It's possible that this is just a coincidence, of course. But this could be very useful information. Details of the debtor's ledger have been updated in the court record. I am glad. I was like, I haven't done anything with this. I have evidence! My lord? Yes, counsel? The defense is ready to present evidence. By Jove, are you sure? Yes, evidence that will clearly demonstrate why Mr. Fairplay has a reason to lie in his testimony. Very well. I hereby call on the defense to present its evidence. The evidence that demonstrates a motive for the witness's alleged deception of the court. Judge, I'm a lawyer. That is why.
Take that!
Yes, I believe this evidence does indeed demonstrate a deception of sorts. A deception by the defense that is in any way competent. A deception that won't pass muster in a British court of law, my unlearned friend. Here is to that message being carved into your mind. You're back. I presented my friend's lawyer badge thing as evidence that he was lying because I felt like it. Wanted to see what happened if I was wrong. No, I definitely, so I looked inside the ledger and Mr. Fairplay's name is in it. So that's the evidence we have to show that he's lying. Very well. I hereby call on the defense to present its evidence, blah blah blah. This. Wah.
Take that!
This is a list of the debtors who owe money to Mr. McGilded. Yes, a list of innocent victims crippled by the accused extortion. The point is, among the names of these debtors is your name, Mr. Bruce Fairplay. What? Mr. Fairplay, are you currently indebted financially to the accused? No, well, it's barely worthy of being called a debt. According to this ledger, you owe 20 guineas, not an inconsiderable sum of money, wouldn't you say? Well, what of it? Let's suppose Mr. McGilded were to be found guilty of murder. What would become of your debt in that case? These documents do state the loan agreement is forged between two individual parties. Therefore, were the creditor, the defendant here, to be sentenced to a capital punishment, all outstanding debts which were owed him would be annulled. They would cease to exist. Cease to exist? Mr. Fairplay? Is it not the case that you claimed in your testimony to have seen something you never in fact saw, in a devious attempt to annul your debt of 20 guineas to the defendant? I didn't get to see... Where's the last place that autosaved? I didn't let the animation play out and I'm sad. Let's go ahead and actually save here. The fact that you can accidentally skip the animation sucks. Oh, that was it? Okay. Twice. Order, order, order. Mr. Bruce Fairplay. Yes, my lord. Let me ask you again. And be aware that your answer may have most serious implications on your future, sir. Did you or did you not see the precise moment in time at which the defendant is allegedly to have thrust a knife into the victim? Pinky out, he's fancy. Your silence speaks volumes. You did not tell the truth in your testimony. Alright, let's not make a melodrama of it. Says the person who is eating their cane. Perhaps I did overstate the truth a pinch. Pinch? But it makes no difference. I definitely remember seeing blood on McGilded's hands, both of them.
Objection.
And yet only one of the defendant's gloves, which we have here as evidence, is stained. So you keep saying... I wonder if I might be allowed to speak, sir. Go ahead, Mr. First. Well, the thing is, I remember seeing it myself, as it happens. Seeing what? The blood, sir, on the assailant's hands. I think yes. I'm almost sure that it was on both of his hands, not just one. What? Fifth passenger.
It appears that we are going to need further testimony from all of you witnesses. This time, I would like to know precisely what you did and what you did not see. Do I make myself perfectly clear?
Mr. Naruhodo, this is good news. The course of the trial seems to have shifted slightly at last. I might finally have a chance to turn things around here. What the witnesses really saw. I will be right back. This is a good point at which to take a break. I need to go get food for lunch. I will be back in like 5. Now I am the one who is back. There's blood on both hands of the assailant. I sincerely and distinctly remember that. However, I suppose you might say that I didn't see the exact moment the stabbing transpired, if that matters. I remember seeing the knife, and I remember seeing both the attacker's hands with blood on them. No, I am. I didn't actually see anything myself. Not until I heard that scream. The fact remains there can't have been anyone else inside the carriage, or we all would have seen. Well, lo and behold, in truth, the fact not one of you was witness to the crucial moment the crime was perpetrated. I apologize, my lord, but honestly, there was no one else inside that carriage, and the man's hands were covered in blood. Not much incriminating evidence is tantamount to saying we saw the man do it. It's not really what testimony is about. Let's examine the interior of the omnibus once more. The victim's fresh blood is clearly visible on the scene, corroborating the witnesses' accounts. In other words, there is no substantial nor significant change in the facts of the case. Very well. Cross-examination, please, counsel. What the witnesses really saw. There's blood on both hands of the assailant. I sincerely and distinctly remember that. However, I suppose you might say that I didn't see the exact moment the stabbing would transpire, if that matters. I remember seeing a knife, and I remember seeing both the attacker's hands with blood on them. Wait, we've already heard all this.
Hold it!
The evidence tells us otherwise. We have the gloves the defendant was wearing the night in question. I'm aware of that, sir, but nevertheless, I know what I saw and I stand by it. The man had blood on both his hands. Defiant and... what? Even in the face of hard evidence. He's steadfastly refusing to admit that he might be mistaken about what he saw, but why? Your reasoning is dire. One hander to his salient point remains unchanged. Just shut up, Van Zyke. Minutes after the grim crime, the victim's blood dripped guiltily from the accused fingers. Not even that analogy is correct. However, I suppose you might say I didn't see the exact moment the stabbing transpired, if that matters. It does matter.
Hold it!
Don't try to downplay this. Whether or not you saw the exact moment of the crime is a matter of fundamental importance as well. As well you know. But, for crying out loud, we all know that no one else could have possibly done it. I was just trying to save us all some time. That's not how this works. You have a loan of 20 guineas outstanding with the defendant, do you not? Had you hoped to release yourself from that financial burden by ensuring the defendant was found guilty? That's not entirely not what I was hoping for. I just lost a little guinea, or 10, when I was backed on the wrong horse in the derby, that's all. I was going to win it all back. There's a fixture this weekend, that's a sure thing. A little guinea, or 10. I'm a banker, no one bats an eye if I borrow a little spending money for the weekend. I think you may have revealed rather more about your character than you bargained for, sir. These weaknesses and scruples are not on trial here. Proceed to the next witness. Is that really how it's supposed to work? First, I remember seeing the knife, and then I remember seeing both of the attackers' hands with blood on them. You definitely saw that too. Blood on both hands. Yes, sir. I mean, I know what you're going to say. Only one of Mr. McGilda's gloves has any signs of blood on it. That's right. The thing is, as far as I remember, sir, when I looked down and saw Mr. McGilda sitting beside the other fellow, I don't believe he was wearing any gloves, sir. Wasn't wearing these gloves? That's correct, sir. And I saw the blood on both his bare hands quite clearly. It's true the dark-colored stain on the dark leather gloves wouldn't have been easy to see. I should point out that the police officer who apprehended the accused on the night in question reported there was no trace of blood on McGilda's glove hand. There wasn't blood on his hands? This is puzzling indeed. This must be significant somehow, I'm sure of it. There is another attacker. Another passenger.
I didn't actually see anything myself, no. Not until I had heard that scream.
Hold it!
You didn't see anything?
Oh, yes, sir. But it is to say, no, sir, I didn't. Very sorry about what I said before, sir. Very sorry, yes. It was very wrong of me to make up stories and say I saw him stab the man. Wouldn't you agree, sir?
I know what you're insinuating, but I certainly wasn't making up stories. Still, to say you saw nothing isn't right either, is it?
No, sir. I saw nothing at all.
Mr. Beppo, you were driving your horses. At the very least, you must have enjoyed a good view of London Street, no? Oh, please, you didn't even see that?
It was so cold that night, you see. It was all I could do to keep from passing out, sir. My head was fairly frozen solid. I'm sorry to say, sir.
It would seem prudent to avoid travel on the last omnibus service of London's cold winter nights. Beppo! Anyway, the fact remains there can't have been anyone else inside that carriage, or we all would have saved. And everything you saw of the incident was through the skylight of the roof of the omnibus. That's right, it was fiercely cold that night, but the glass wasn't frosted over. Oh yes, I remember, I was shivering. Oh yes, I remember, I was shivering, it was so bitter. Which rather begs the question of why the pair of you were sitting on the roof deck in the first place. I don't know about this young fellow, but I couldn't enter the cabin. Oh, why not? It was locked from the inside. I tried knocking, but no one opened the door. It was locked? That's right, and it's a public bus service. For pity's sake, that's not what I call fair play. Yes, I had exactly the same experience. I tried knocking, but the gent inside just gestured at me to clear off. So I had no choice but to climb to the roof deck and look down longingly into the warm cabin below. What I can assure you is I wasn't just looking down, I was glaring long and hard. That's precisely why I can tell you with absolute confidence that if there was anyone else in that cabin, I would have noticed. Unequivocal, I would say. I'm not sure about these two witnesses. Could they really have seen everything inside the cabin through the skylight? Allow me to confirm one thing, Mr. Fairplay. You were riding this omnibus and witnessed the events in the cabin through the skylight floor of the upper deck. Is that right? That is right, yes. In that case, there's a portion of the cabin interior that would have been out of sight from you. What? By golly, really? Obviously, at this stage we can't say for sure. But the possibility cannot be denied that at the time of the incident there could have been another passenger enclosed in the cabin of the omnibus.
Objection!
Enough hypothetical meandering, my Nipponese friend. After all, the scene of the crime is here, in the flesh. Very well, I will uphold the prosecution's demand. You will identify the area on this cross-section panel of the omnibus. Where exactly the omnibus are you suggesting the potential extra passenger could have been situated? Well, duh.
Take that!
Both rows of the seats on the roof face in the direction of travel, whereas the seats in the enclosed cabin face each other, which means the visible part of the cabin, which the passengers on the roof deck can see through the skylight, is as I've drawn here. Ah. That's right, my lord. As you can see, The seat opposite the one on which the victim and his attacker were sitting is obscured from view. In other words, if someone had been sitting on that seat, it's quite possible these witnesses would have been completely unaware of it. Yeah.
Objection!
It's quite possible some phantom was sitting there. You Nipponese have a foreboding habit of obscuring the truth with ambiguity. What? Racist?
I concur with the prosecution's rejoinder.
In a British court of law, evidence is paramount.
I cannot entertain this conjecture, counsel. That is, unless you're able to put a name to this mysterious passenger to whom you allude.
Can you, Mr. Naruhodo? I honestly don't know who it could have been. Who could have been in the other seat, which is out of sight from the witness in the roof deck?
I understand, my lord. The defense would like to put forward a name.
You are a fool. That response was a desperate attempt by a man.
That response was a desperate attempt by a man who has no notion of his own limitations. A toast to hard lessons not yet learned.
Let us not delay, counsel, and the defense is still to name a passenger in the other seat.
This could be it. This could be the chance I've been waiting for to turn the trial in my favor.
On the night of the murder, the person occupying the seat in the omnibus cabin that was obscured from view is my client, Mr. Magnus McGilded.
Take that!
He was sleepy and took the entire 2 seats for himself. The passenger in the enclosed cabin that the witnesses on the roof deck failed to see has to have been Mr. Magnus McGilded.
Mr. McGilded? What are you talking about, counsel? That's the name of the defendant.
Objection!
If I desecrate this chamber by smashing my hollow chalice, do forgive the discourtesy.
Lord Van Zykes.
People talk of those tiny island nations in the Far East as having learned as having a learning and culture of their own. But I see they use the terms ill-advisedly. What are you trying to say? The chalice worth 500 and 500 wine gone to waste. Let me explain in terms that even a student of an artless backwater such as yourself might understand. When the bloody scene unfolded, the victim and his assailant were sitting side by side. Multiple witnesses have attested to that fact. It is the very premise on which this case is built. That premise may be wrong. What? If the victim was really sitting beside Mr. McGilded, it creates inconsistency that can't be reconciled in any way.
What inconsistency, counsel?
The defendant's glove, my lord. Both witnesses made the same testimony. They claimed there was blood on both hands of the person sitting next to the victim.
Yet we know the truth to be otherwise. Only one glove bears the gory remains.
Shut it. The point is, even in the face of this irrefutable evidence, both witnesses have maintained their stance.
Yes, their testimony remains unchanged.
Exactly. They both adamantly swear that they clearly remember seeing blood on both hands of the assailant. In short, their memory of the events is correct, and their testimony reveals the truth. It was somebody else sitting beside the victim that night, a third party we have yet to identify. And the victim's blood was on that passenger's hands, both of them.
Objection.
And who was this third party? Obviously, the true culprit. Extraordinary. Order, order, order. What exactly are you postulating?
Objection.
The defense postulation is just that, nothing more than conjecture. The witnesses have clearly stated they saw the accused. But when elaborating on his testimony, Mr. Fairplay said the two of them were wearing hats and I couldn't exactly make out their faces. You can't object with the judge. When are you doing, vampire? That's a good point. Yes. The tops of their heads were obscured by the roof. I could see the rest of them, though. Wait. Is this the brim of a hat or a very round beard? That's right. That's right. Both gents were most certainly hatted. Hatters do tend to notice such things, sir. And what particular styles of hat did the two gentlemen sport, Mr. First? I'm afraid I don't remember. Hat brim seems like the most logical sense. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. And you call yourself a hatter? Style of hat makes no difference. There was no third passenger in that cabin. How can you be so sure? Because if there had been, the accused Mr. Gilded would undoubtedly have offered to depose the fact. Depose the fact. Unless that is, you're proposing an even more preposterous explanation? He was asleep. But the accused failed to even to notice the presence of the true culprit in the very cabin which he traveled. He was asleep. Therefore, the passenger got in while he was already asleep, sat next to the guy, and then died. And then murder happened. Yellow loose. There was another person traveling in the enclosed cabin of the omnibus. It's inconceivable Mr. Gilded would have been unaware of it. Order. There's clearly a simple solution to this problem. Bring the accused Mr. Gilded to the stand. Well, what do you say, say you, counsel? Prosecution objects, my lord. On what grounds? As a suspect, you'll already have made full statement to the police. But what if there's some reason why he's unable to speak freely? Magnus McGilded is no uneducated ruffian. If it indeed turns out the man had been withholding information, you can be sure it will have been most deliberate in act. Heartily while helping Mr. Hunter solve a crime. Yes, this is a funny game. The counsel for the defense, what is your opinion? My lord, should we ask Mr. McGilded to testify or not? Yeah. Yes, we need to hear what he has to say in order to find out the truth. The defense would like to call Mr. McGilded to the stand. In that case, I would like to hear the opinion of the jury. Yes, I need a little time to consider. If you ask me, I think we should hear what Mr. McGilded has to say. Get the man out here, I say. It would be utterly illogical not to hear his testimony. When something needs doing, get it done. That's how I run things at the guild. Hearing what the patron of my favorite little park has to say, Oh, yes, that would be lovely.
Yes, the jury says the man must be heard. Very well. Court will hear the defendant's testimony. Bailiff, show the defendant to the stand at once.
Now, maybe actually what happened that night will finally become clear. To be continued? Nope. Wow. Case 3, everybody, is long.
Let proceedings be resumed.
We've gone all this time without a to be continued. Which is interesting, because we had like 3 of those in the first chapter.
Mr. McGilded, have you been listening to the discourse of the day?
To be sure I have, my lord.
There are 2 matters on which the court desires to hear from you. The first is whether or not there was a third party with you in the omnibus cabin as proposed by the defense. The second is that if such a person was indeed present, why did you conceal that fact from the police?
Begad, no, 'tis not in my nature to hide anything at all. Just answer the questions, please. The truth of the matter is, I've been desperate about this all along. Do I tell you, Saul, or keep me mouth shut?
Tell us what, Mr. McGilded?
Fine fellow representing me is absolutely right. In the carriage on the night with myself and the other man, there was another passenger. Another passenger. It's 100% Irish. I know, right? Aye, and 'twas me who helped the little urchin get away after it all happened. What? 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 No, Magnus McGilded. That convenient excuse can't save you now. I'm truly sorry, so I am, Lord Van Zykes. I'm sure you'll be wanting to know why I said nothing when I was taken in by the police. I do be having a very good reason, I assure you. Which is, well, the little child was just in the wrong place at the wrong time, not in any way involved, you see. What? If the police had known the wee one was there, they'd have assumed she'd done it, and they'd have hauled her into this here courtroom just like myself. I was only trying to spare her that. Young hearts and young minds are easily damaged, my lord.
And who was this young child of whom you speak?
A small child, she. That I don't know.
You don't know?
Aye, well, the wee thing just happened to be in the carriage that night. I never saw her before or seen.
Objection!
I feel like I'm butchering this Irish accent, but we're going with it. We have absolutely no reason to believe this man. The prosecution calls for the witness's statements to be disregarded by the court. It's wonderful. Okay. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if the urchin isn't here in this courtroom as we speak, listening to the proceedings. Is it the child that keeps asking to go to Mr. McGilded's library and park? What? Bang. Excuse? Someone's trying to get away. What? Someone chucked a smoke bomb down? Be careful, Mr. Naruhodo. Cover your face. I made a sandwich.
I didn't.
Oh yeah, I made a sandwich. Thank you. Bailiff, don't let the accused escape. Secure the omnibus.
Hereby call an emergency recess. Bailiff, ensure the defendant is in custody and clear the courtroom.
I don't think someone got shot. I think it was just a smoke bomb so the little kid could get away, or the assailant, or whoever it is. We were hurriedly removed from the smoke-filled courtroom by the bailiff. Amid the scenes of chaos as people stumbled over one another in desperation to flee the chamber. We had no idea what was happening. All we knew was that, for the time being, at least, the trial was suspended. Now it's to be continued. Well, I still got like 2 hours, so we're gonna keep going. Yes. Save the process. Prog has been saved. 18th of February, 12:52 p.m. The Old Bailey, defendant's antechamber. What on earth just happened in there? Mr. Naruhodo, I've managed to find out what happened. Miss Susato. I was told it was an advanced form of smoke grenade, a type of exploding device that releases smoke. Yes. A smoke grenade? Sounds like the sort of thing ninjas use. They're just used to make sure everything... They're just making sure everything is safe now. I think the trial will start again before long. But who would have done something like that? This is what I call a very smoky gun. People are dying left and right. The police managed to catch someone who was trying to flee the court, apparently. Neat. Flee the courtroom? Why? Well, it's a young girl of around 15, I hear. A young girl? Then could it be the other passenger that Mr. McGilded was talking about? My thoughts exactly. So he wasn't lying. Oh, what's become of Mr. McGilded, actually? It's the murder! There are so many things I need to ask him about, but he's not here. I think he was summoned to the prosecutor's antechamber to answer questions, along with the young girl. Who is she, I wonder? What's she even doing here at the trial? She's taking a huge risk, and for what possible benefit to herself? There's another matter that's troubling me. What's that? The 20 pence. Oh, according to the coachman, Mr. Beppo, he took 4 passengers that night at a fare of 5 pence each. That comes to a total of 20 pence exactly. But now it seems there were in fact 5 passengers, which means the figures don't seem to add up again. Oh, yep. Shoot him! Stop resisting, Mr. Murder! Shoot the grown man, lock up the little girls for life, easy as pie. Wait, we're trying to get the grown man off the hook. Otherwise, we can't be a lawyer. If we don't get a not guilty verdict for Mr. McGilded, then we can't be a lawyer and we have to go back to Japan. Counsel for the defense, kindly proceed into the courtroom. Trial will recommence in 5 minutes. Thank you, officer. We'll go in straight away. Well, whoever she is, I imagine this young girl will be asked to take the stand to testify now. Why are you trying to be a lawyer anyways? You make good detectives. We're trying to be a lawyer because of our friend who died, who gave us his katana. He wanted to be a lawyer and change the Japanese justice system, but for that he needed to study law and become a... he needed to go on a study tour in Great Britain. I really can't imagine what she's going to say, but it could alter the whole direction of the trial. We'll know soon enough, Miss Susato. Yes! 18th of February, 1 p.m., the Old Bailey courtroom. There's the young girl next to Mr. McGilded. Look. She must have been the one who caused the disturbance before. Well, after that rather eventful recess, the court will now resume the trial of Mr. Magnus McGilded. As some smart person once said, great minds think alike. Now then, Lord Van Zykes. My lord? I believe you have established the Wow, I have flipped their accents but kept the tone. I believe you have established the cause of the smoke which veiled the proceedings earlier. It seemed to have been an advanced form of smoke grenade, or these sorts typically employed by the army. Good gracious, the army? What in the devil's name? It was an elaborate attempt by a young girl to cloak her escape from the public gallery, but she was caught and now occupies the stand. Your name, girl? Are you responsible for the smoke grenade which induced such pandemonium here in my courtroom? The girl is a secret Russian spy. Lock her up for life. What is the meaning of this deplorable behavior? If I may, my lord? Yes, Mr. McGilded? I think perhaps I ought to explain here. Why is it that this wee lass was here in the first place? And why she tried to bolt like that? Lock her up, I say. She's all tied up with the events of last night, so it is. Of that night, so it is. Very well, Mr. McGilded, I give your testimony. You'll explain to the court exactly how this young woman is involved in the case. Just what did happen that night? It's not like the defense lawyer needs that information or anything. Witness testimony? Questionmony? I don't know. The young girl. On the night in question, I took the back seat in the omnibus and promptly nodded off. Then Bigor, a loud thud and wee scream woke me up with a fair start. There was a fellow collapsed on the floor at my feet, so I sat him up on the seat across from me, and I turned to find out where that scream had come from, and bless my soul, what did I find? There was a child in there, all curled up in a ball, hiding her wee self away. I remained somewhat baffled, I confess. But from what I gather, on the night in question, this young girl was indeed riding the omnibus, is that correct? So was there two separate, unaccounted for people on that bus? Tis exactly the defense counsel said. Tis exactly as the defense counsel said. This lass was the fifth passenger, my lord. The child is a witness. If she doesn't give us some answers, we will lock her up for life. She just looks like a paper girl. Very well, the defense may now cross-examine the witness. Are you ready, counsel? Yes, my lord. Or rather, no. I know She's literally taller than a grown man, dang. Mr. McGilded is not known for his tall stature. In fact, quite the opposite. He's known for a short stature. I have no idea where to start. Cross-examination. The young girl. On the night in question, I took the back seat in the omnibus and promptly nodded off. I mean, I am 1 inch taller than my friend who is very much a grown adult. I mean, that's how height works. Some people grow really fast. And And some people stop growing very early.
He's 6 foot.
That means you're in the former of growing super fast. Press. I forgot what I was doing for a second. I make a mockery of him every day for it. When you first got into the omnibus, were there any other passengers already on board? There were not. The cabin was empty and there was no one on the roof deck either.
You were the first passenger, as it were. I see.
Aye, and that's why I took the back seat as the backside as I did. It is the most comfortable, so it is. Could you explain exactly what you meant by the back seat? By all means, 'tis how you already described it earlier. I'm talking about the seat opposite, the one in which the poor gentleman who was stabbed was sitting. Like I said, this is the most comfortable, and where I feel most at ease. And of course, I enjoy gazing through the skylight from time to time as well. Then Megora, a loud thud and a wee scream woke me up with a fair start.
Hold it!
A loud thud, you said, and a scream? Aye, that's right. How can I explain it? 'Twas like the sound of someone falling to the ground. That sort of noise. So you think it was the sound of Mr. Mason falling to the floor, having been stabbed? Well, now, don't you remember I was asleep at the time, so I wouldn't like to say. And the sound woke me, And when the sound woke me, I opened my eyes, and there wasn't a soul to be seen in the carriage but the fella on the floor. You didn't see anyone, but at the same moment you did hear a scream. From the seats above you on the roof deck, I presume. Not above me, no, my lord. It was from inside the cabin. But I wasn't altogether thinking about the scream. No, I was too stunned by the desperate sight before me eyes. And there was a fellow collapsed on the floor at me feet, so I sat him up on the seat across from me. Why did you touch the dead body? You sat him up? The victim, you mean? Didn't you say there was a child on the seat curled up in a ball? No? Wait, so at this point in his testimony, he has not made sense that the girl is there. He said that at the very end, basically. So it's just based on the time of which the testimony is. You didn't notice anyone there. And you wouldn't leave a dead man just lying on the floor now, would you? Yeah, I kind of would. Tis a common courtesy, so it is. I find that a little hard to believe. Ara, Lord Van Zykes. Now, why would that be? You wait to find a lying man dead at your feet in a carriage? Any normal person would hail the cabman. Any upstanding member of London society, that is. Well, now, as you know, I'm something of a special line of business. Business of lending money at exorbitant rates of interest? Unfortunately, my lord, not everyone is thankful for the help I offer them, and some would even see me dead. So I do try, where at all possible, to avoid getting myself entangled with trouble. Are you suggesting you were just going to leave the man there? Heavens alive, no! I was always intending to report it, so I was. Only I had a mind to find out the whys and wherefores first. The whys and wherefores? Wherefore is just another word for why. So the whys and the whys? Huh? We shall see what comes of this. Yeah. Right you are. There were some details I wanted to understand before anyone else got meddling. That wee scream I heard, for example. Wouldn't your good self do just the same? Yes. The scream he says he heard at the same time as the thud of the victim collapsing. Then I turned to find out where the scream had come from, and bless my soul, what did I find? What did you find? I'm afraid I don't understand. I'm sure you told the court there was no one else in the carriage except yourself and the victim. So I did, sir, so I did, as far as I could see, that is. What do you mean by that? Well, now, 'tis a queer thing. The wee scream I heard woke me up. It came from, if you'll excuse the vulgar expression, under me backside. What? Good gracious. Under your backside? And when I lifted the seat on which I'd been sitting. Oh! Oh, that makes so much more sense. I found there was a wee cubby hole there for storage. Mr. Naruhodo, if we can examine the omnibus for ourselves, remember? Yes, of course, the whole bus was submitted as evidence. This would be a very good time to have a thorough look around inside. And that's when I found her. Are you telling me to examine it? Yep. Oh. How did I not notice this before? That's blood, isn't it? Is something wrong? Oh, it's just, well, this blood stain is so obvious, that's all. And yet, Van Zykes made no mention of it. I suppose that does seem a bit strange. Why do I have such a bad feeling about this? I don't know. There's a lot of spilt ketchup here. I don't like it. See, it has a handle. Wait. Where did the stuff go? It's totally empty. Something doesn't seem right here. I can't put my finger on what it is. It had stuff in it before. Somebody tampered with the... Oh. The crime scene's been tampered with. This doesn't really look like blood. This looks like it's fresh. And that's the same dialogue as before. they stuffed a child in there. Is that the omnibus of 87? Yes. Run by the Fazbear Corporation. Okay. Crime scene's been tampered with, but that's whatever. There was a child in there all curled up in a ball, hiding her wee self away. You say she was hiding herself? Aye, that's right. It was hard to see in the dim lamplight, but she was all curled up in a wee ball when our eyes met. Well, my heart nearly stopped beating in me chest. So you're You're really overacting this. Still all I pulled. Still in all, I pulled her out from under there and sat her on the seat opposite so I could have a wee chinwag with her. Chinwag. Chinwag is an interesting word. Phoenix Wright owns that omnibus. He's the murderer. Everyone's the murderer. That's right, just next to the dead gentleman there. You sat this young girl next to a corpse, sir? Well, as I'm sure I mentioned, a gentleman in my position can all too often find himself in mortal danger. So I needed to find out just who this urchin was, you see. I have a solution. Everyone shoot everyone. And while I was in the middle of talking with her, I heard another scream, a fellow's voice this time. Presumably that scream was Mr. First, who was sitting on the roof deck seats? Right you are again, I would say, sir. Looking down through the skylight, you must have seen this young girl and the gentleman with the knife in his belly. In other words, the previous witnesses did not in fact see you at all, Mr. McGilded. What they believed to be yourself and the victim was in fact this girl and the late Mr. Mason. Aye, my lord. I was, as I think everyone understands now, sat at the back of the carriage out of sight. Something isn't right, though. 'Cause, like... Does she have blood on her hands? See, Funk, my thought process isn't that they see her talking to someone, but they saw the man, the accused, have blood over both of his hands. So, like, yeah, I guess, but if she didn't get pulled out until after, like, I'm confused. And readily confused, perhaps, with this young girl. A man, or is it a woman? I mean, this is a woman. After that, of course. With the scream from the gentleman over us, the driver realized something was wrong and pulled up the horses. Thank you, I've heard enough. The events as explained here are clear in my mind, however, at least one conundrum remains. Who is the girl? Her name is Gina Lestrade, my lord. She is a chancer, earns her crust among large crowds who really relieving people of their purses. It's commonly called a pickpocket. What? A kidnapped child by the driver of the omnibus. Well, I don't think that's a... I don't think she was kidnapped. This girl here, a petty thief. Order, order. Is this true, Miss Lestrade? Miss Lestrade, you will answer the question. What the... What? What? She got a gun. What did she shoot her?
How dare you? What is the meaning of this? What?
The girl, she is gone. Open your eyes. I'm over here. She's a ghost. Kill it.
Good gracious, how?
What was the point in that little sidestep? I know what you lot are thinking. Grown-ups are all the same. This dirty little dipper, you say, slipped up and got caught on the job. She got herself backed into a corner, so she knifes the gent. Go on, that's what you're in your heads, ain't it? Oh my gosh, this accent. She's a witch burner. No, not at all. I think this is a court of law. We're here to determine that. Well, knives are for cowards. Knives are for cowards. Only thugs use weapons like that. All I need for what I do is these fingers. I'm a professional, right? Maybe not in your eyes, but I got pride in what I do. Let me guess, you don't count smoke guns among weapons for thugs? Oh, this was in a bag I lifted the other day. Down where they keep the four-wheeled drags. It's nice, isn't it? I like the pink the best. She's a witch, burn her at the stake for level 3 witchcraft. We shall watch her burn at dawn, my fellow townsfolk.
Do not wave that thing in my direction again.
So, you admit that you're riding the omnibus on the night in question? She needs to shoot the vampire as well. It's alright, lass. You can tell them the truth now. Right? Yeah. It's just like the Irishman said. My tongue cannot keep these mouth shapes separate. The court accepts this girl, Miss Gina Lestrade, as a valid and significant witness in this case. Accordingly, young lady, we will now hear your testimony, if you please. You will now tell the court exactly what happened in the omnibus on the night in question. Or it's not fair? I agree. Alright, if I have to. What the girl saw? Water!
Water!
So I snuck inside the carriage before they looked up the horses, just like always. Oh, before they looked up the horses, just like always. Thank you for the hydrate, Punk. But it was a right old waste of time. I got nothing to show for my troubles that night. I'll tell ya, you can't see a blind thing in that hiding place. It's pitch in there. Then after a while I hear this loud bang, nearly jumped out my skin. I did, and the scream, it just came out. Wait, you heard a loud bang? Interesting. It's because of that this swell found me. He did help me get away in my mind. Yes, he let you go.
I fail to understand why you would let this street urchin go, Mr. McGilded.
Oh, 'tis simplicity itself, my lord. You see, she couldn't possibly have killed the other passenger. I knew that for a fact. How? As I'm sure I said before, sir. I was sitting right on top of the place where she was hiding herself. I think a demonstration is called for. This is where I sat that night, and the cubbyhole, which you have spoken, is underneath the seat, I presume. Did I read that in the right voice?
Yes, it does appear just large enough to accommodate someone of the girl's stature. Oh, I think a demonstration is called for.
Great. Okay. Aye, but of course the wee lass was stuck in there, because I parked myself on the seat for the duration.
Ah,
So you see, that's why I let the lass bolt. I knew that if the police found her there, they'd automatically assume she'd done it. I couldn't live with myself. If a young life was ruined, when all the time I knew she was innocent.
even though you must have realized your own action would result in your own innocence being called into question.
Not at all, my lord, not at all.
What? And
I knew in my own heart I was innocent. So I thought it was sort of taking a punt on my own good name for the sake of this less fortunate lass. I would love to let her take the blame for being taller than me. My goodness. What a perfect gentleman.
my lord, this is a fine example of a man who cannot possibly be guilty of a heinous crime like this. I am ashamed of myself for ever doubting you, sir.
I kind of forgot the jury was there. With calm, calculated reasoning, one arrives clearly at the truth every time.
Saints alive! All 6 members of the jury consensual in their leaning of a verdict of not guilty.
Mr. Naruhodo, well, it must mean what? That we're victorious.
We've won? Are you sure?
Objection!
Oh, if the sight of my iron hi. If the sight of my iron-heeled Wellington offends, pray do forgive the discourtesy. Huh? Not the leg over the table. Gave you the spoops, didn't I? Yeah, you did. This is really a consummate example of the one monumental flaw in British judicial practices, where evidence and reasoning should be paramount. Emotion rules the day. Motion. The witness's latest statement gives us a clear insight into his true nature.
What do you mean his true nature?
Do you really think Scotland Yard would have made such a glaring omission? After the incident, the omnibus was comprehensively searched by the officers of police. Obviously, the interior of this cubbyhole as witness was included in their investigation. The compartment under the posterior seat was full of the coachman's belongings. It is noted in black and white here, in the police report.
Good lord.
The evidence has been tampered with. In order to corroborate Mr. McGilded's story, someone has unlawfully removed everything from under the seat. What? Yeah, exactly. I'm confused.
Order, order. How could such a devious contrivance possibly have been affected, Council? Naturally, we must acknowledge the deficiencies of constabulary in allowing this to have happened. However, I assure you, when the omnibus was wheeled into the courtroom this morning, the compartment under the seat was not empty. There was stuff that she wouldn't be able to fit. Vampire doesn't think straight. No, but he's right. There was stuff in the bus seat, like, this morning. Half of it was covered. When I started stream and examined the omnibus, there was, like, stuff in the right half of that. Well, my Nipponese friend? Me? When the carriage was submitted as evidence, doubtless you examined it in fine detail, as would any self-respecting practitioner of the law. Pray, what did you find the condition of the under-the-seat compartment to be? Oh, to be sure, the young gentleman would be able to clear this up in a jiffy. Sorry? Go ahead, tell the court, fella. Oh, this is all an elaborate excuse made by the desperate Lord Van Zykes. Well, Counsel, do you have something to say on this matter? How am I supposed to answer? What can I say about the state of that little compartment under the seat of the omnibus? It wasn't empty. I really don't know if giving this answer is helping my cause as counsel for the defense, but as far as I remember, at least. When I first examined the compartment, I'm fairly certain there were a number of articles inside it, yes. Are you sure, Counsel? Ah, bewitched. What are you saying now, you daft doll? I thought you were on my side here. So did you stab... What game are you playing? What game are you playing? Your task is to defend the man in the stand. Why would you say something to compromise his position? Truth is more important. As the advocate for the defense in this trial, I confess I'm still not entirely sure where I stand, but it seems to me that I should state what facts I do know as clearly and as honestly as possible. Interesting. He's not altogether pleasing, fella. I'm simply telling the truth, Mr. McGilded. Well, don't forget, you're supposed to be representing my best interests here, lad. Now then. A fellow's memory is a curious thing, and not altogether reliable. No, the courts must consider the facts. Bro is about to kill you. Bro is very angry. He is. That there cubbyhole under the seat is empty as the devil's heart, so it is. We also vacated the premises for 8 minutes. Do you think perhaps it would be in your best interest now to admit that you might have been mistaken? Why do I feel like something's not right here? I should like the jury to weigh in on this matter, I think. That compartment is designed to house equipment used to maintain the smooth running of the carriage. The Guild's rules state that omnibuses should be properly and fully equipped at all times, so certainly it wouldn't have been empty on the night of the question. Beppo isn't that irresponsible. Money Linden Fleecer and the pick person are lying. I can't believe I was nearly taken in. Stinking rich are always stinkers, but nothing but cowards, the lot of them. What? Oh no. It's a trick, of course. It's a trick. Did we lose everyone by me admitting truth? Quite so. I must concur here. With calm, calculated reasoning, one arrives clearly at the truth every time.
Yes, but every time a different truth, it seems. We only lost half of them. We're fine. My lord, I humbly exhibit the scales of justice. Clearly, the verdict of not guilty at this time would be wholly inappropriate. Thank you, counsel. But before we proceed any further, there's the matter of the outstanding cross-examination. Counsel, for the defense, begin your questioning of the witness, please. Yes, my lord. What just happened? The whole balance of the trial just shifted almost beyond recognition. The Reaper of the Bailey is at work, it would seem. I ain't about to lie in court. Indeed. Wake up, sleepy vampire. So I snuck inside the carriage before they looked up the horses, just like always. Fight, 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 fight. So you're already in the omnibus before it was even off on its run? Well, yeah, I mean, what's the point in spending a Joey to make a few ball bay? That's a rum idea, isn't it? I suppose she means there's no point in spending money to make money. It actually makes sense. Counsel, may I remind you this girl is a petty thief? Kindly refrain from entertaining her tenants. Well, that does clear up the little mystery of the fares and all. 4 paying passengers at 5 pence making the 20, which the cabin man testified, and one little scapegrace riding for free. Red conk of the driver always goes for some grub before his last run, see? So that's when I slipped in the carriage and get myself hidden under the seat. Nice and easy, right? But your hiding place is a storage compartment, full of equipment for the coach, no? Yeah. There's been brushes and buckets and whatnot, for sure. I always chuck it all out and cram it in the corner somewhere. No one ever seems to bother much. And yet, according to the reports filed by the police officer who first arrived at the scene, the compartment was full of such paraphernalia. Well, I don't know nothing about that. Like I said, I moved all that stuff out so I could hide under the seat. That's all I can tell you. It seems we've reached the end of that line of inquiry. Continue. But it was right old waste of time. I got nothing to show for me troubles that late. Waste of time? Why is that? Well, most nights I'm on me own in the God permit at least some of the time. I beg your pardon, did you say God permit? Oh yeah, well, that's what my kind call it. You call it the omnibus, I suppose. Point is, any normal run, the carriage ain't got no one in it for a while. That's when you guys come out of your hiding place and get away. That's it, only that night. This cove was sat on me seat from the start. And he didn't budge all the way, did he? Not 1 inch. I was totally stuck. What do you mean to tell us that you were present in the carriage for the duration? Were you under the seat the entire time whilst the events unfolded in the enclosed cabin? Yeah. Right, mister. To be sure. I was as shocked as anyone. You don't expect to lift the cushion you've been sat on and find a child now, do you? So this Miss Lestrade couldn't possibly be the culprit then. I don't think she is. I think there was a 6th passenger. I'll tell you, you can't see a blind thing in that hiding place. It's pitch in there. Oh, wait. Wrong button. Haven't been paying attention for like 20 minutes since I'm playing with Doggo. That's fine. We're still just information gathering. I still don't know exactly what to make sense of it all. I haven't found any direction in which I can make any kind of a thing other than they're lying about stuff being in the seat and the scene of the crime has been tampered with in the smoke bomb explosion. So you couldn't see out the cabin at all? Not at all. Most days I push the cushion up with me head and look out the crack. And I ain't kind of a butcher who's I'm gonna fiddle. Thought you're a pickpocket, not a butcher. I mean, I can have a look. The seat I get under ain't as plush as the other one, see? Most of the time, the passengers plant themselves opposite. But for some reason that night, this here Irishman spent the whole journey right over me head. For that reason, you weren't able to push up the cushion up. You weren't able to push the cushion up to peek out. I see. Truth is, I ain't too happy in small dark places. Feels too much like being thrown in the clink. But it's the only place It's the only place to hide in them carriages. So it's Hobson's choice. Why doesn't she just stick to picking people's pockets in the open then? I'd say there's some reason she's not letting on, judging from her demeanor. So anyways, I was a bit scared, but I had to just stick it out under there. Nothing else for it. After a while, I hear this loud bang and nearly jumped out my skin, and I did, and the scream just came out. When you say a loud bang, did you mean the noise of someone falling to the floor? Dog keeps licking your ear. Could have been, I suppose. I don't remember so well. Point is, it made me jump. You let out a scream involuntarily? That's right. And then I felt the cushion over me and get lighter all of a sudden. Presumably when the defendant got up in order to help the victim, yes? Or no. It could equally have been the moment the accused stood in order to stab the victim, could it not? After the large thud? Well, girl, did you see what happened at that crucial moment? Yeah, I saw it. I pushed up the cushion and had a quick butchers while I had the chance, didn't I? Irishman was sitting up below good, falling on the floor on the seat opposite. The matches Mr. McGilded's account, of course. But then the fella suddenly turned around and looks right at me. I sank back down again, but it was too late by then. I should never have risked looking. It's because of that. The swell found me. He did help me get away, mind. And when Mr. McGill discovered you, he pulled you out from your hiding place? I was scared stiff, I was. He dragged me out and sat me down on the seat and all. Next to the victim, Mr. Mason? Yeah, the bloke had a knife in his guts. He was still bleeding. Carriage lurched a bit and then he ended up falling onto me. Ugh, how awful. I know, right? Both my hands got covered in blood and made me feel sick as a dog. Okay, that makes sense, but she's also been... Oh, but she's also been sitting here listening to the court proceedings, so she could have just made that up. After that, I believe you talked with Miss McGilded for a while, is that correct? He asked me some stuff. Wanted to know me name and what I was up to and that. Then I heard some stuff from above. Then I heard something from above and someone screamed. Yes, Mr. Frost on the roof deck, one would presume. Well, I didn't want no one seeing me face, so I didn't look it up. When the horses were drawn up smartish, and this Irishman says to me, "Get back under the seat. I'll tell you that I'll see that you can get away later." See Get away later. So many changing dialects. All 6 members of the jury had decided the defendant was guilty. Yo. Thank you, Cure. I appreciate the alert. For one brief shining moment, yes. It's clear that they are still very unsure. If we could just find some conclusive piece of evidence among this new testimony. Sure, we can clinch the verdict we want. I think you're right. I have a niggling feeling something's bothering me, but I just can't quite put my finger on it. Where did the evidence go? Where did the crime scene stuff go? Mm-hmm.
Hold it!
I'm assuming I have to press something again. Look up. The horses were drawn. I'm smartish and Irishman says to me, get back into the seat. You get away.
Hold it!
Hmm.
Well, no. Excuse me.
Is something wrong, Mr. Gilded? Mr. McGilded. Oh, I do apologize. There was something the matter there, Count. Was there something the matter, Count? Just wondering if Miss Lestrade's last comment made something occur to you, perhaps? You seem to be thinking something to yourself. Oh, no, it was nothing important. I was feeling bad for the poor lass is all. I remember feeling desperate myself as a young lad. Shut up in the dark. It was terrifying, so it was. I see. Yes, so I'm sure we can all sympathize. I'm still scared of the dark now. I don't know about yourself, but I find that the darkness seems to make everything you hear seem that much louder as well. Love the beard. Thank you. Yeah. I suppose it does, maybe. Miss Lestrade? Did you hear something that night? Anything, an unusual noise, perhaps? Nah, not really. All I could hear was the Irishman snoring. But jeepers, there's no need to tell the whole world of me's foibles, you little scamp. What a pity. Only Miss Lestrade had heard something might have given us a vital new clue. You know, what should we make of that last statement of hers? I mean, it's always important. Push for more detail. Add it to the testimony. I believe the statement just made by the witness is profoundly important. Profoundly important? But all she said was that she heard nothing. Yes, which is the profoundly important point. I'm almost sure of it.
I'm almost sure that I don't understand the inner workings of your Eastern Mind Council. Nevertheless, Miss Gina Lestrade, you will supplement your formal testimony by repeating that last statement, please. What? Supplement? What you on about? Don't give me all your fancy talk. I know what you're trying to do. Well, it won't work on me. That's right. Insult the judge. Always a good move. I was straining my ears to work out what was going on, but all I could hear was snoring.
Hold it!
Press, 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 press. So you're straining to hear what was happening the entire time since the moment you hit yourself? Not exactly, no. Sorry? Well, there was no one else in the cabin to start with. I could just push the cushion up and butchers to see what was what. But then, when I saw this swell getting on, I got me Ed down so he didn't notice me. And Mr. McGilded sat on the seat, which you were hiding, correct? Oh! That's a good face. Yeah, would you Adam and Eve it? What a mug. What? Excuse me? Adam and Eve it? Well, mug. So, then all I could do was listen. I was waiting to jump out there as soon as I heard him leave, see? But would he? Not likely. Even though we stopped here and there, I never heard the door open. So I just had to stay put and listen to him driving his pigs to market, snoring like an old dog he was. Snoring like an old dog he was. Are there any conclusions we can draw from that? Well, that all seems to make sense. You took your time reaching that conclusion, Counsel. What was that from Van Zykes? Is he laughing? Very well, then continue with the cross-examination.
Hold it!
Was it supposed to not make sense? Well, yeah, because then...
Hold it!
That's the only lead I have. Miss Lestrade, what you have just told the court is clearly at odds with the facts. Huh?
At odds, are you sure, man?
Absolutely. It seems my learned Nepalese friend is not as dull-witted as I feared. So Van Zykes realized it too.
Counsel? I must insist that you bolster your claim with evidence or some complicit party's name at the very least.
Yes, my lord.
I expect you to demonstrate this alleged contradiction to the court.
According to Miss Lestrade, while she was hiding in that omnibus that night, she heard nothing but the sound of Mr. McGilded snoring. But think, Ryunosuke, think. There's something else she should have heard. He was the first person to get on. She was listening. Very well, my lord. Allow me to elaborate. On a particular sound that Miss Lestrade could not have failed to hear on the night in question. Take this.
Take that!
The thrice-fired mason? Yes, my lord. The sound that Miss Lestrade could not have failed to hear is that of the victim, Mr. Mason, boarding the omnibus. Yes. Okay. At least it hasn't lost me yet. Order, order. Explain your reasoning, counsel. Miss Lestrade, allow me to confirm something. You claimed earlier you're the first person on board the omnibus, is that correct? Yeah, of course I was. Got on while the driver was in the pub, didn't I? And the next person to board the omnibus was Mr. McGilden. That it was, not a soul in the cabin when I climbed aboard. At least not in plain sight. So you were, to all intents and purposes, alone in the enclosed cabin of the omnibus at that time? Did I not just say as much? I wasn't traveling with anyone else, if that's what you mean. Yeah, I saw him get on, remember? Through the crack under the seat cushion. He was on his own, for sure. And from what we've heard, the carriage was made a number of stops on after that night onward its journey, during which time you did not hear the door opening and closing at all? Nah, I never heard it. It's exactly what I was listening for, wasn't it? Waiting for the swell to leave? In which case, when and how did the victim end up in the carriage? Oh. We know the victim collapsed inside the enclosed cabin of the omnibus. Therefore, Miss Lestrade's statement about what she did or did not hear is at odds with the facts. Yes, this petty thief's statement is clearly flawed. Lord Van Zykes? Yes, he knew. He knew all too well there was an inconsistency in Miss Lestrade's statement. It would seem the words of thanks are in order for my learned friend. What are you talking about? You have demonstrated matters impeccably. This witness and her colorful statements are entirely unreliable. Her words are convenient untruths and nothing more. Is that right? How could the victim have possibly not boarded the omnibus? Makes no sense whatsoever. And this girl is a pickpocket, let's not forget about that. Bark, bark, bark. She didn't even say anything. Didn't want to judge the dear little mite just because she has some rather naughty ways, but I must say, I can't abide liars. Neither can I. Mr. Foreman, I didn't want to judge the girl just because she has some less than suborgious ways, right? Salubrious ways. I must say, I cannot abide liars. This 5 jury members leading towards guilty. Already pouring another chalice. Well, your consideration for others is refreshing, my Nipponese friend. To the considerable troubles you have spared me. I think you might have lost. Shebort? Yes, very refreshing. What are you playing at? Have you forgotten who you're working for, you useless Eastern Amadan? This is carnage. It's perfect. Sure, number 2 is the only one left. Mr. Naruhodo, the way this is going, I know if we can't find some new way to convince everyone Mr. McGilda's innocence, the judge would rule and we will have lost. I very much wanted to believe the words of one of London's most respected gentlemen, but those of us in service know we must accept hard truths.
Hold it!
Wah. Yes, the witness's last statement seemed to have revealed a critical inconsistency in her story. However, hi. I mean, yeah, that's effectively what the hold it did. If we consider the possibility that her statement is in fact the truth, it may shed an entirely new light on this whole case. What are you saying? Counsel? That was very delayed. A little bit. I'm sorry, sir. Whatever do you mean? Counsel, I will not tolerate you attempting to prorogue my education. Adjudication? Explain yourself at once. When the accused boarded the omnibus on that night in question, the victim was nowhere to be seen. Subsequently, the carriage door was not heard opening a single time, as testified by the witness in the stand. And yet the victim's body was found inside the carriage. If this petty thief's words are to be believed, how do you explain the victim's miraculous appearance inside the cabin of the omnibus? There's only one way to explain how the victim came to be inside the carriage. Oop. Clearly, he was in there already from beforehand. No, that... Misclick. Tell me, my dear learned friend, what is the function that clearly in your last sentence? Well said, Lord Van Zykes. Clearly is troubling me also. No. That's really not the point. The point is that the victim must have been in the carriage from beforehand. And answer me this. By beforehand, to what specific point in time are you referring? Well, clearly, I shall have to penalize the defense heavily for this irrelevant rambling. So I must learn to ramble more relevantly. The penalty is evidently not heavy enough, judging from these Nipponese eyes, so I ask you again. If this believes blah blah blah. Blah 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 blah.
Objection!
Okay, no, there's another entrance to it. Obviously is troubling at that point. Okay. Could a cadaver have been placed inside a moving? Yeah. The door wasn't opened even once. The only explanation is the victim entered the enclosed cabin some other way. I wondered what new fantasy you would come up with in your blind panic. But behold, the omnibus is here for all to see. Only one side of the enclosed cabin is furnished with a door, the other only has windows. Fixed windows, which cannot possibly open in short. There is no entrance to the cabin other than that door. But there could be. There's one possibility you haven't considered. Oh, really? Yes, one other way inside that isn't the door. Another opening, the use of which allowed the victim to appear inside the enclosed cabin. Ah. Alright, counsel. The defense will identify the location for the court. I'm gonna save. The top window, right? The skylight? Maybe. Bro, I don't know. Where on earth is this entrance pipe? Sure, Funk. The skylight. The answer is obvious. It can only have been the skylight. I say, the skylight?
Objection!
Your ludicrous proposal almost has me at lost for words, however. Skylight may have well been large enough for someone to pass through.
Objection!
So you claim. But do you have a shred of evidence to support your addle-brained theory? Both Mr. McGilded and Miss Lestrade said in their testimonies they claimed to have heard a loud thud, such as the noise made by someone falling to the floor. Yo, Fung. He was stabbed up top and then dropped into the bottom. Yeah. Thank you for your help, by the way. I wasn't getting there. I never would have been like... Because in my mind, the skylight doesn't open. Hold on. Can we look up? It's quite a large skylight, isn't it? Quite large enough to afford a good view into the cabin from the roof deck. Doesn't appear to be a handle or any catch of any depiction, so I suppose it can't be opened from the inside the cabin at least. Oh, would you look at that? You can certainly see inside the carriage through this opening, that's for sure. There's a lamp in an enclosed area. Brain actually works, no way. Only, I'm sure the witnesses would have been able to see quite clearly. That's not good for us. But yeah, there's a handle. I just didn't see that when I looked at the omnibus. From when because what had happened is I saw that. I didn't look here. I looked at this and then just started rotating up and was like, huh, carriage. And then I think I went to here and was focused on this. Yeah, no, I never saw that. I had no idea this opened. And I didn't examine it from the inside because I'm like, well, it showed me from the outside. They claim to have heard a loud thud such as a noise made by someone falling to the floor. Yes, which has already been explained as the sound of the victim falling from his seat having been assaulted with the dagger. Yes, it has, but would a man slipping from the seat onto the floor really have made such a loud noise that the witnesses describe? A noise loud enough to cause Miss Lestrade to let out an involuntary cry, in fact? Good gracious. Perhaps, in fact, that was the moment that the victim made his entrance into the cabin. No, let me rephrase that. The victim didn't enter the cabin as such. He fell into it.
Objection!
You're now suggesting the victim fell from the skylight into the cabin? That's simply impossible. How can you be so sure? Not suggesting. We know. Because if the victim had fallen inside through the skylight, as you say, the passengers on the roof deck would have seen it happen. And yet not one person made mention of such events in their testimony. Yeah, because the other three are already proven to be lying. At least to the majority of it. Well, yes, that's true, but... Might the humble fella make a wee comment here? Mr. McGilded? To be sure, now, there were two fellows who were sat on the roof testified afore. Said nothing of the victim falling through the skylight, but it seems to me, my lord, that 'tis not so much a case of them not saying, but... 'Tis the case of them being unable to say. Wait. I think perhaps the two fellas do be having something of a compelling reason not to mention that what happened. Would you not agree, fine ladies and gentlemen of the jury? Oh my goodness. Surely not. These two chaps on the roof. You mean the ones that... Just... This is furious timing. Furiously typing. Types more. It's just the slap that's getting me. You mean the ones who stuck that knife in the man were? Ah. Just what exactly are you insinuating here, you blitherer? You rotter? He said, you rotter, what are you insinuating? These animations are so good. I don't know. This is a flaming outrage. I've a good mind to give you a blinker in a minute. Oh, there you go again. There he goes. He'll give you a shiner in a minute, he said. And so will I. Man's throwing it down. Throwing it back, I might say. You're effectively accusing me, a city gentleman, and a well-respected banker. And me, a very angry hatter. And we have liftoff. Suggesting that someone like me could have stabbed that man in the guts. It's a disgrace. It's scandalous. I'm gonna bite my cane because I'm so confident that you're wrong. I protest. I protest in the strongest possible terms. That's right, and I protest too. About you, you rotten scoundrel. I don't know what's happening anymore. Space Command there. Space Command 3. Space Command 1. Please respond over. Order, order, order! This is not the time, witnesses. I will not permit this wanton invasion of the stand. Return to the anteroom at once. But this is beyond reason, my lord. It's outrageous. It's very hurtful, you know. My lord, if I may comment.
Go ahead, Lord Van Zykes.
It was the defense that incited this outburst from the witnesses. My learned friend has seen fit to abandon all protocol and accuse the witnesses without proof. Nom 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 nom. Yummy cane. Accuse? I never intended to. It seems, young Nipponese, that your command of the English tongue is wanting. You proposed to this court the victim fell through the skylight from the roof deck of the omnibus. That hypothesis could not possibly stand without the rooftop passengers being aware of the events. Bro is racist. He is! Racist vampire confirmed. You have branded these gentlemen liars. You have intimidated their criminal. You have intimated their criminal guilt. In our British courts of law, that is what is termed as a baseless accusation. I know I was rash to put this idea forward without any actual evidence, but you can't just dismiss it without a second thought. We waste some time to get them to testify. In British court of law, it's called being a dang racist. Thought there was something fishy about that hat from the moment I laid eyes on the fellow. We have to see this matter through now, one way or another. If there's filth and rubbish in our midst, we must dispose of it at once. That's cool. What's happening, Mr. Naruhodo? Cut that dang hat. Spectators in the public gallery, they're in a complete frenzy.
Mr. Fairplay, Mr. First. My lord? You will take the stand again and make another formal testimony. In reference to the indictment brought by the defense.
Yes, my lord. I didn't come here for this. There's no time to think this through. All I can do is keep pushing forward. Yup. Yup. Refuting the accusation. We were both the only two people up on that roof deck. Dead or alive, I can swear to that. If anything had happened, we were sitting, don't you think? Or the other of us would have noticed? In any case, neither of us know the first thing about the victim. We had no reason to kill the man. The skylight was shut the entire time, I tell you. Couldn't possibly have opened it. That's why it's so rough and keep falling. There's probably what in the stuff in his hat. That's why it's so rough and keeps falling off. Here he goes again, galloping like a horsey. Yep. If you're so sure the victim fell through the skylight, where's your proof? There's more blood on the ground than there is on the seat.
I must say that on listening to this testimony is somewhat hard to imagine how either could have performed any malevolent act on this rooftop deck without the other noticing forthwith.
That's right.
That's right, you see.
We're innocent, I tell you. Although logically, of course, the argument falls down if the two of you are in collusion with one another.
What?
According to investigations by Scotland Yard, the two witnesses share no common dealings. Well, I don't trust coppers any more than I trust the stinking rich. Are you a thief? Something doesn't feel right here. The trial is going in our favor, really. So why do I feel so uneasy?
Counsel for the defense, over to you. Your cross-examination, please.
Oh, yes, my lord. Cross-examination. Refuting the accusation, hence why he has knife. Yeah. He's part of a gang.
Only 2 people on the roof deck, dead or alive, I can swear to that.
Lies. Because there was the driver up there too.
So at no time did the victim, Mr. Mason, climb up to join you on the roof deck?
Absolutely not, Dickon. What did you call me? Excuse you, sir. No question, he said it. None at all. Oh, but yes, of course. I remember seeing them both. I saw the victim inside the enclosed cabin talking with this man here.
Is this true, Mr. McGilded?
Dear me, Lord, at the risk of repeating myself, I boarded the omnibus alone and nodded off almost immediately.
That's an outright lie. Without a doubt, you were engaged in...
Let me stop you there, fellow, and ask, do you have any evidence at all? At all? It's all about evidence in the court these days, so it is. You do well to remember that.
I saw you with my own eyes.
This is going well. If anything had happened while where we were sitting, don't you think one or the other of us would have noticed? I'll go back to that one. Press, press, press.
Well, it was on the final run of the omnibus past 10 o'clock in the evening. It would certainly have been quite dark, perhaps too dark to see clearly. Is this some kind of a lark?
This is some kind of joke, he said. Is this what this is?
Or perhaps one of the other of you fell asleep briefly? Are you fair dinkum, sir?
Am I what? Are you serious? That's what he said. It's impossible, I tell you.
That's fair. Thank you for translating. I'd give you the keys to the vault if you could fall asleep in that bit of cold. And if you did manage, your eyelids would freeze shut and you'd never open them again. That's extreme.
It was extreme, I tell you, and we had to put up with it because this man had locked the door. Any true gent would have unlocked it and let me in when I knocked. I'm dreadfully sorry about that, fellow. But you see, I was away with the fairies and didn't hear you at all. That's a lie. I saw you through the glass. You were talking to someone. Now, it was a cold night, so it was. People do be seeing things that aren't real in the cold. It's hardly surprising. Seeing things? Seeing things? Oh, I'm gonna knock his block off, Scoob.
I believe we've reached an impasse here on this particular point.
You... Don't take it personally now, lad. If I'm suspected in this case, it is only fair that you and the other fiend are too. Open and free competition is what capitalist society is all about. This isn't competition. I should like to be involved in, really.
In any case, neither of us knows the first thing about the victim. We had no reason to kill the man.
So you had never met thrice-fired Mason before?
Oh, Lumet, no. Not once, ever.
He never met the man before, he said. Never.
And you, Mr. First, had no prior dealings with the victim either?
That's right, sir. Hatters don't have to do much to do with brickmakers, to be perfectly honest, sir. But this hat. I know you're a women's hat kind of guy. but like this hat. Surely.
No, I imagine not. You see, how many different ways can I put this? Neither of us have the remotest connection to the gentlemen who were inside the cab.
Excuse me.
What's up, Mr. McGilded?
Yes, counsel, what can I be doing for you?
Did the victim's last, or did the witness's last,
Did the victim's last statements? Oof. Did the witness's last statement give you pause for thought somehow?
not in the remotest connection.
Is that right now, I wonder?
What are you insinuating now?
Mr. Fairplay, it has been too long, so it has.
Eh?
If I'm not very much mistaken, I believe 'tis fast approaching, 'tis not your repayment date?
I beg your pardon?
You borrowed 20 guineas from me, sir.
At an unconscionable rate of interest, you tricked me. It's extortion.
Well now, is that a touch of begrudgery, is it? Sort of begrudgery that might motivate a fellow to pass off his crimes on another. And young Mr. First. Me, sir? What do you want with me? You do me bacon hats for a living, do you not? And that top hat sliding around about on your head, is that one of your own creations, is it?
Oh, well, I'm just still an apprentice, you see. I'm learning to find the perfect fit for whatever fine gent walks through the door.
Perfect fit, is it? Well, 'tis a very distinctive design, so it is. Many customers like it. I tell you, they like a distinctive touch. Customers such as Rice-Fired Mason. There's a photographic print of the victim submitted as evidence, my lord.
Oh, this you mean.
I can't help thinking the poor fellow's hat looks distinctly familiar, wouldn't you say?
Oh.
That's one of my hats. Aye, that is. So it would seem the brickmaker is a customer of yours. The sort of customer I'd wager you'd have had a wee quarrel with over distinctiveness of the goods. No, sir. No, sir. Absolutely not, sir. Well, there's really nothing more to add. It wouldn't be right to say the two fellows here haven't the remotest connection to the victim, you see. I rest my case.
You little weasel. He's better at this than I am.
Gosh, Mr. McGilded has certainly been thorough in his research, hasn't he? Please don't let me little interruption hold up the proceedings. What was that? Hat hunter. Identified the millers responsible for the victim's hat in the episode. Nice.
Hold it!
Are you quite certain about that? The skylight was shut the entire time. I'm going to lose my block with you in a minute.
He's gonna lose his rag with you in a minute. That's what he said.
Take a look for yourself. Go on.
You see, it's shut fast now, just like it was on the night. So it is, of course. A fellow the size of Mr. Mason likely break right through it, still and all.
What?
Just looking at the size of the thing, you understand?
Now you hold on there a minute, sir. The size of that thing means nothing.
Hold on, and so let's consider the bigger picture here, shall we? Stop biting our cane, shall we? I was riding. I was riding the omnibus on another occasion when, well, I broke wind loudly and shocked myself with it as it happens. This is an unexpected confession, Mr. First. Oh, I just meant to say. The point is, I tried to open the skylight, you see. But just my luck, I couldn't make it budge. The stench was terrible. Everyone was looking daggers at me, sir. I went as red as rouge, I did. Are you expecting me to sentence you? Oh, no, sir. Point is, the skylight can't be opened. I tried and tried when I was inside the cabin. Yes, hi.
Excuse me.
Do you have something to say about that, Miss Lestrade? Miss Lestrade? It opens. Hmm? The skylight. That's what we're talking about, right? Them skylights open dead easy. Bro sharded. Got black Falco wheels and RL. Nice. Bro sharded. More easily than you can load that weapon. That's a lie, I tell you. Otherwise, when I broke wind, I can't do it from inside, you mug. Oh. Look, a few weeks ago, I was on top of the roof deck of one of them drags, and I had a great awl. I mean, I had purses coming out of me ears. Miss Lestrade, this is not the forum to be eulogizing on the subject of your criminal activities. Well, anyway, I had a bit of a scare. When I lifted the last bloke's purse, he got wise to me. All four of them surrounded me so I couldn't hop off the bus and leg it. So what I did was use the skylight. I opened the catch and jumped right through. Wait. What? Yeah, the catch for them skylights is on the top side. That's why you can't open it from the cabin. Skylight opens from the roof deck? Bailiff? Climb up onto the roof of the omnibus at once and verify the witness's claims. So it does. Oh, my hat. See? Order, order, order! So it appears that this street girl's statement is quite true. Don't believe it, the skylight opens. And from the roof deck. Mr. Naruhodo. This could be the clue we've been looking for. Well, counsel for the defense, please continue with your cross-examination. Yes, my lord. So the skylight opens. Perhaps I should investigate for myself. So the skylight was fashioned shut before, but now the catch has been undone, we should be able to open it. You can certainly see inside the carriage through this opening, that's for sure. Yes, and there's a lamp in the enclosed cabin, blah blah blah. Oh, hey. Yes, it does have open very wide, doesn't it? Wide enough to kick someone like you through, certainly, Mr. Naruhodo. Why someone like me? What is it? Look, just there. Just here. Look at this. It's blood. We found more ketchup. We're gonna need some more fries for this ketchup. That's without question. It's blood. Why would there be a blood stain there? Surely it can't be unrelated to the case, can it? There you go. On the night in question, the victim was fatally stabbed in the stomach, and immediately afterwards, the victim's body was pushed through the skylight into the cabin below. Those are the facts, there, and the irrefutable proof remains clearly visible in the omnibus that stands before us today in this very courtroom. What? That's utter humbug. You can't possibly have any evidence. No, you can't. I mean, we didn't do it, I tell you, it's impossible. Irrefutable proof? Irrefutable proof? Here in this courtroom? Counsel? My lord,
I believe everyone would appreciate a little clarification here. Where exactly within the omnibus is this evidence to which you allude? You'll point out what it is to prove the victim fell from the roof deck through the skylight.
Boop. Yes, it does. Alright, we did this. We did. I meant to present. I didn't present. I went Google.
Got it!
There we go. This.
By Jupiter!
Is that?
Blood?
No, sir, it is ketchup. We need some fries stat. This bloodstain proves two things. Firstly, when the incident occurred, the skylight of the omnibus was open.
What?
And secondly, the victim was already bleeding when he fell through the opening. Oh my. And so it follows that Mr. McGilded, who was inside the enclosed cabin himself at the time, cannot possibly be guilty of this crime. No.
Order, order, order.
Hold it!
But blood could have sprayed up there when the fellow was stabbed inside the cabin. And only found its way up to that one particular spot on the skylight, sure. And that would be very convenient. And let's keep it in mind that the skylight catch is only unfastened from the roof deck. I myself couldn't have been able to open it now, could I? But, there's no way for certain. There's no way for certain, is there? If the gent really fell through the skylight, I mean. What? Why don't we have a good look at the floor of the cabin between the two seats, Mr. First? It is all too plain, if you see. There's the aftermath that shows the poor fella dropped from a fair height right there, so it is.
What? No.
But it can't be. It's all lies.
My fellow jury members, I think we can all agree that this is clear proof of the defendant's innocence, can't we?
I believe we can, yes, sir. It's clear to me now where the filthy rubbish can be found in this courtroom. So they thought they could pull the wool over my eyes, did they? Slapping, much slapping.
I won't tolerate any of the guild's carriages being sullied with blood. I won't tolerate it.
Oh, I always knew the nice gentleman who gave us that delightful park couldn't have done such a thing.
On three, then, everyone. 1, 2, 3.
Objection!
What?
Chilling performance, Mr. McGilded.
Oh, and and would you be referring to there now, Lord Van Zykes?
Bloodstain on the frame. A bloodstain on the frame of the skylight. Such evidence is null and void. What? Why?
For one extremely simple reason. That smear of blood never existed.
What? It's there for all to see. It's clearly blood.
Objection!
I personally attended Scotland Yard's investigation of the omnibus. The officers involved went over the carriage with a fine-tooth comb. So I can state with absolute certainty, no such smear of blood existed in the carriage. At least not until this trial began.
But are you suggesting, Lord Van Zykes, that the stain of blood was
Fabricated, my lord? Yes. And while this court may be in session, no. Unfortunately, that's kind of the ace attorney. The prosecution always has some answer for, like, we finally got it, we're good, we're done with the trial, and they're like, no. But also, he's not wrong. Hehe, what about him? However, I didn't expect... I must say, I didn't expect much crude reasoning from a prosecutor of your stand-in, Lord Van Zykes. I'm Magnus McGilded, a fellow known all over for the capital for his fine contributions to public life. I don't take kindly to slander, and I'll fight it to the bitter end. Even if it's rolling off the tongue of the Reaper of the Bailey. Mr. McGill, I realize this is your first appearance in court as the accused. However, I'm well aware of your involvement behind the scenes in a great many affairs of dubious nature. You're very adept when it comes to avoiding getting your own hands dirty. And each time it happens that case you're involved in is investigated, you adapt the facts. Adapt the facts? What does that even mean? When you wield the fortune size of Mr. Gilded, however ill-gotten it may be, nothing is impossible. Tampering with evidence, manipulating the scene of crime, bribing witnesses. I toast to your ability to concoct the most convenient of stories, sir. But, Lord Van Zykes, this will not do, to be sure. Will it now, counsel? No. I think it's fair to say this does all sound like a rather far-fetched excuse by a desperate man. The blood on the skylight doesn't exist, you say. But if you will cast your minds back, is it not true the omnibus has been in the courtroom the entire time? How could anyone have possibly put a smear of blood in it without the world and his wife seeing? Isn't that right now, counsel? It's true. It's been in full view the entire time the court has been in session. Except for the smoke bomb. I learned it, friend. Here's to hearing your opinion on this matter in your own words. As you wish. Could someone have tampered with the omnibus during the trial? If you're asking me, I think... yeah. Been saying it for a while now. As a defense lawyer, it's my job to advocate for the defendant as best I can, but still, I feel as though there's something even more important at stake here. There's no evidence to suggest the defendant did as my learned friend suggests. However, in terms of having the opportunity to carry out the alleged tampering, there is one possibility.
Good gracious. Explain yourself, counsel.
Do we not remember the smoke bomb?
Yes, there is. It seems my learned Nipponese friend has no intention of running from this deceit.
Deceit?
I'm sure everyone still remembers clearly the recess that we were forced to take as a result from the smoke grenade fired by the witness currently in the stand, Miss Gina Lestrade.
What's going on? Bailiff, don't let the accused escape. Secure the omnibus.
I hereby call an emergency recess. Recess!
Just goes out and plays on a swing for 8 minutes. Courtroom was filled with smoke and everyone was thrown into confusion. All of us were made to leave this chamber. In that brief interval, under the veil of smoke and in all the chaos, it could have been possible to steal inside the omnibus. Yep.
Are you wise? What are you trying to pull, ye rotten, feckless gouger?
Feckless? Gouger?
You're supposed to be defending me. 'Tis a wicked plot. 'Tis a plot to undermine me, so it is.
Objection!
Whatever you think this is.
Whatever you think this is, it changes nothing. The facts are the same.
After this courtroom was evacuated earlier as a result of the smoke grenade, a number of inconsistencies materialized in relation to the omnibus.
Consistencies such as?
To start with, the storage compartment underneath the rear passenger seats. When the police investigated the omnibus, this compartment was full of the driver's items. Welcome back, Luce. Secondly, we have the smear of blood on the edge of the skylight. As I have said, this was not present at the start of the trial this morning, nor was the one on the floor.
Unfortunately, Lord Van Zykes, no one is able to corroborate your claims.
That's true. When the omnibus was first wheeled out, both the storage compartment and the skylight were shut.
Accordingly, I'm afraid to say we cannot establish with any certainty if this evidence is a result of tampering or not.
Indeed, my lord. No doubt there was not a single person who saw it to verify such things. Sorry? About the omnibus. Is there anything else unusual about the omnibus? I have an inkling. My lord.
Yes, counsel?
There's one further inconsistency. A mark that surely could have not been present at the start of the trial. What?
What in the devil's name are you going to say now? If you dare to betray me, you little maggot, you better be watching your back.
Silence, Mr. McGilden. The court awaits the defense's clarification. This trial keeps swinging one way and the other. I have no idea what's the truth and what's deception. Yeah, I think he's innocent, but the fact that he's tampering with evidence makes it really hard for me to believe it.
I shall have to ask you to elaborate, counsel. Where exactly is this alleged mark that you claim to have appeared at?
The floor.
Got it!
We consider the victim fell through the skylight and onto the floor of the cabin. You would certainly expect to find signs of blood where he landed. But as far as I recall, The bloodstain on the cabin floor was not there when the omnibus was first brought into the courtroom.
Good lord. Yes, I do believe you're correct, counsel.
Well said. Although, as advocate for the defense, one might say
Run.
it was a... One might say that was a very careless slip of the tongue.
It was not a slip, it was deliberate. I believe that bloodstain on the floor is a decisive piece of evidence. But if the question is whether that evidence is genuine or whether it was unlawfully fabricated by someone, I feel compelled to admit that there's at least a possibility that the evidence is fake. Can't run from a bullet.
This trial is over.
Mr. McGilded?
I've done everything I possibly can to cooperate with the courts, but it is all over now.
But you're the defendant.
Tis over, I tell ye. Memory, recollection, what people think they saw, tis all nonsense. Facts are what counts, and the facts is that bloodstain is there, now. Well, over the course of this desperate trial, long and extremely drawn out as it has been, that good-for-nothing Reaper of the Bailey has failed to present any decisive evidence at all.
That is indeed what he's doing. Screaming.
I'm scandalized, so I am. I thought it better of Lord Van Zykes. Well, my lord.
I must concur with the defendant. The unaffirmed recollection of an individual cannot stand as evidence. At this moment in time, the particular bloodstain in question is very much in existence, and the absence of any credible method by which to prove its alleged previous non-existence, I regret to say that would be improper for this trial to continue.
Your lordship can't be serious.
Lord Van Zykes, what is your position?
The prosecution, my lord, has no further witnesses or evidence to present.
Very well. In that case, I believe we have explored every possible avenue in this matter. I shall proceed to my adjudication. As formality, I am of course obliged to confirm with the defense first.
What formality? As things stand at the moment, it would seem that Mr. McGilded would be found not guilty.
Yes.
Which would mean we've won.
Is that really the right outcome here? Is it really alright for the trial to come to an end now with all these unexplained inconsistencies?
Sasato.
Counsel for the defense, your closing statement, please.
Yes, my lord. The defense believes...
The defendant... We're not done! I'm here in this courtroom today to advocate for the defense of my client, Mr. McGilded. However, at this moment in time, I cannot in all good conscience attest fully to the defendant's innocence.
What are you saying, man?
Without any question, there is no conclusive evidence to prove that the defense is guilty. However, there is also no conclusive evidence to prove that he is innocent.
Good. Good gracious me. Order, order.
This is unprecedented behavior, counsel. A defense lawyer calling the accused innocence into question? Are you of sound mind?
It was a grand decision to appoint you as my lawyer, so it was a grand decision.
What? I must say, I didn't expect quite such an exciting spectacle at the end there, but still, here, have this for your troubles. What? Your job here is done, fella, and some fine work you've done, so you have. What do you mean? It is just the right of the honorable gentleman so succinctly put it before. The trial can't go on anymore. And your closing statement there was, how did he put it? No, nothing more than a formality. He hasn't given his verdict, you dingus. Don't admit to anything. I really don't know what to make of all this. Was the evidence we've seen genuine, or was it fake? His lordship would be fuming. Any unsightly rubbish should be disposed of promptly, as I said. Stinking rich, they're always guilty of something, yeah. Mark my words. I feel terribly ashamed that I ever doubted the lovely man who gave us the lovely part.
Now that proceedings have unfolded in this way, I am compelled to declare a premature end to this trial. Furthermore, the court must accept the defendant's plea.
I thank you kindly, my lord.
I hereby pronounce the verdict of this court.
But we still haven't determined if the bloodstain in the omnibus is genuine or not. We don't know if these witnesses are telling the truth or a pack of lies. We have no idea about the truth.
Lord Van Zykes,
My lord?
the case made by the prosecution was flawed, plain and simple. If indeed the omnibus was presented as evidence was tampered with, the prosecution is at fault for allowing such a disgraceful perversion of justice to take place.
My sincerest apologies, my lord. But wait. When we were evacuated from the courtroom, Lord Van Zykes ordered the evidence to be secured.
I'm afraid the prosecution cannot shun responsibility in this matter.
That's so unfair.
The culpability of the defendant has not, at the present time, been established in this court. Consequently, the jury will not be required to proffer judgment.
What? Well, Lord Van Zykes, it's been a pleasure, so it has. And as for you, my dear fella, I couldn't have asked for a better defense.
You mean to tell me this has all been a grand waste of time?
'Tis the law of the land, my good man. If you'd like to pursue this matter further, you can always go ahead and try to change the law.
Magnus McGilded.
For good grief, you have more to say to me, have you?
Just one thing.
A warning.
This is far from over.
Well, something to be looking forward to. Wahaha.
I hereby pronounce the defendant Magnus McGilded not guilty.
Did Gumshoe travel to London just to throw confetti? And he upped his game to fireworks? Can't believe it. This is an outrage. They should have examined the evidence more. Man's been cleared. He's innocent. Very interesting first actual trial. Courtroom in pandemonium for the second time that day. The judge delivered his verdict, and my first ever trial in Great Britain came to an abrupt end, with the defendant being found not guilty. Obstinately in victory for us. 18th of February, 5:14 p.m. Old Bailey defendants antechamber.
7 hours of a trial.
That certainly was a long trial.
Yes, it was.
Your first ever trial on foreign soil and your first victory. It was a wonderful performance.
I don't feel like I won, but yeah.
My heartfelt congratulations.
And to you, Mrs. Sato, thank you for your assistance. I suppose we should be happy. The trouble is, we're still completely in the dark about what actually happened.
Well, we didn't have enough time.
But isn't it wrong? I mean, who was actually responsible for Mr. Mason's death? We don't even know that.
Sole aim of the defense is to obtain a verdict that exonerates the defendant. You carried out your duty to perfection.
Aye, that you did. Mr. McGill did. And that girl was with him too.
Well, it would seem the stories are true.
Oh, what stories?
About the 6 enormous fireworks they do be letting off when there's a verdict of not guilty. I'm sure you must have seen them now. Spectacular, wouldn't you say?
Yes, definitely.
I'd heard it was a sight to behold, and to be sure it was. And I've you to thank, I suppose, for having an opportunity to see it.
Wahahaha. Oh, I don't know about that. I'm not sure I really did anything.
What on earth are you saying, fella? How did I walk out of here a free man, then?
I don't think it was so much thanks to me as down to your planning.
You're a straight-talking fella, ain't you? I must say, you had me astray in the head there for once or twice. Oh, you had me ashtray in the head there once or twice. But you're young and headstrong. Wahaha, 'tis the water under the bridge. Congratulations, Mr. McGilded, on having your name cleared.
But nothing's resolved.
There's only one thing that matters to me. Oh, They've all seen that I didn't do that odious and obstinate deed. 'Tis grand, is it not?
I suppose it is.
Now the fine fellows of Scotland Yard can take matters in hand and sort out any wee details. I'll see it for what it is. They'll get to the truth. I've absolute faith in them, so I have. After all, I do be providing a good number of their wages with all the taxes I pay. Wahahaha.
It's not that funny.
So then, as we agreed beforehand, 1,000 guineas for your trouble, fellow.
Oh, no, I couldn't possibly accept that much.
What? You wished. You're a humble people, aren't you? You're from the East. Well, if you insist. But have this. Still in all, you deserve a reward.
Mr. Magnus McGillid. Everything is ready, sir, if you'd like to follow me into the courtroom. Into the courtroom?
What's this, officer? Sooner than I was led to believe.
I hope it's not an inconvenience, sir. There were some changes to the schedule.
Well, I'll be making tracks now. It's time for the inspection.
Sorry, what inspection?
They're going to examine the omnibus again, so I'm told. I'm asked if I could be present for it myself.
They're going to examine it again? Now?
Naturally, I'm under no obligation to take part in any more of this matter now, but as an upstanding member of London society, I do be doing my best to help where I can. It's a gentleman's duty, so it is. So then, fare thee well. 'Twas an absolute pleasure meeting you. I hope you have a whale of a time while you're studying here in Great Britain.
And there he goes, a free man. Oh, I forgot she was here too. Don't you dare shoot me! Ma'am, put that gun down! Don't move. Whereas I was to say get a move on, she really does take forever to load that thing. Miss Lestrade, would you mind putting that thing down? You're a grown-up? Sorry? And I ate all grown-ups. There you are. Tiny girl. Naughty, naughty, running off like that. Is this some kind of picnic? Who's this little girl now? Jeez, how many kids does this Russian guy have? Bruh, I don't know. She is also 15.
And taking that with you as well. I was looking forward to the trial run of my experimental smoke grenade launcher. Oh, do you want to play? You won't beat me.
Excuse me, but who are you? No wonder he had to escape.
Oh, good day to you. I'm Well, the inventor, I suppose, of that machine.
The inventor?
Well, normal smoke grenades are so dull, don't you agree? White, white, and more white. If you have to be shrouded in smoke, it could at least be a pretty color, I thought to myself.
Do we have to be shrouded in smoke, though, at all?
I just took my eyes off it for a moment whilst I was changing into a different omnibus and she pinched it. Luckily, I lifted it with a telegraphic beacon.
What's it? What? I have no idea what this girl is talking about.
Anyway, you're coming with me now. Back to my laboratory.
What for?
To apologize, of course, silly. To my technician.
What, you mean to say sorry?
You must say sorry when you've done something wrong. Surely, as an adult has told you that before.
An adult? I don't listen to no adults.
Come along and follow me.
Fine, have it your way.
Oh good, you see. I knew you'd want to do the right thing in the end. Fairly sure that she wants to.
I'm fairly sure that she wants us to not get shot by that massive gun of yours. I like the beeps and boops in her song.
We'll be leaving now then. Bye-bye. So sorry for all the fuss.
She was a lively one. Chaos.
Well, do you think perhaps we ought to be on our way now too?
Yeah, you're right, but where to? Oh, we haven't had time to find a place to stay. No sooner were we words. No sooner had we arrived in London than we had to rush here. All our traveling cases are still with the bailiff.
I was originally planning to spend today in search of lodgings. But at this late hour in the day, I'm afraid we might be out of luck. Don't worry though, I have a plan. If the worst comes to worst, I've heard of a lovely park where we could spend the night.
Please tell me you're not thinking of McGilded Park.
I know it may be a little chilly at this time of year, but our youthfulness will see us through.
I'm not so sure about that. I think a midwinter London might freeze a young person solid just as easily as an elderly one.
Oh dear, that doesn't sound so agreeable.
I was starting to regret turning Mr. McGilded down. That 1,000 guineas would have paid for a lovely warm room, or a mansion. And so, the trial to determine my worthiness for the study tour was over by the end of our first day in London. However, as we were soon to learn, there were more trying times ahead. Just as the Reaper of the Bailey had warned, the case was far from over.
What's going on?
What?
Fire brigade! Water! Bring water, quick! What the? How did this happen?
I don't know, sir. By the time I got here, it was already engulfed.
No one was supposed to be allowed in here before we started investigating.
Is Mr. McGilded trapped in there?
Oh, good God. There's someone in there.
This can't be.
Dracula. I wanted to hear his actual voice instead of just the one that I've been giving him. Why did you not say a voice line? And, well, I guess until Thursday. The Realm of the Reaper. Excuse? Oh, just completion of the third trial. And with that, I have to go because I need to get ready for fencing practice. This was wonderful. Thank you, Funk, for hanging out for so long, and as well as to you, Luce. Also, welcome, Rhea. And also, goodbye, Rhea. I hope you all have a wonderful rest of your day, evening, morning, or night, whatever it is. And I will see all of you next time. Oop. Tomorrow we are going to do a later-ish stream of Resident Evil 7 Biohazard. Who you gonna raid? Ghostbusters. I don't know. Well, you're live, Funk. Might as well raid you. Alrighty. Okay. Well, I will see all of you guys next time. Have a wonderful rest of your time zone. Bye-bye.